Welcome to day 3 of our virtual conference. So I'm just going to quickly share out the glide path for today. As Charles said, we're starting off with Shah to have a great discussion on performance and reliability and culture. Melissa Davis after that, and then after lunch, Deborah, Boyce, and Kimbel Leffew will be joining us, as you can see in our agenda. And then we'll get into some closing comments. So we have had a great first 2 days. Appreciate the thought and energy that everybody is putting into our conversations and sharing insights and knowledge. And I'm looking forward to continuing that today. I think we all are. So as we get started today, Shah from the Department of Energy, we're thrilled to have you with us and really looking forward to this discussion on performance and reliability and culture. So it is all yours, Riz.
Good morning, everybody. I want to appreciate the invite. I like engaging with everyone in this community, and it's one of the highlights of what I get to do. I know I've been generously given 90 minutes, which means I'll need everyone down here to engage and talk about this stuff. So I'll talk a little bit about my position because it's kind of important to set what performance and reliability is in the context of my position that was created in the department, why I was created in the department. And I know I've talked about this particular program with HPRCT community before, but this will, touch back with some of the things for folks who are not aware of it, but also give updates to those folks who are aware of the work that we started. So not many years ago, about 10 years ago, somebody from my organization met a Dr. Pat Sweeney, who was the deputy of the Behavioral Science and Leadership School at West Point. And the question asked to him, or the challenge was, we can't seem to improve safety culture in our organization. And Dr. Sweeney said, well, you have to address the whole organization's culture. You cannot just work on one part of your organization. And he said that, which I agree with, that's a good safety program is the outcome of a high-performing organization. That a good safety program is not just because you work on your safety program. So he helped them create the position of the organizational culture advisor. And the goal of this position is to have someone who provides advice to senior political, federal, and contract leaders. So when I say contract leaders, we have Boeing and Battelle and many other large corporations that provide corporate services or contract services. And with the Department of Energy, we have roughly 114,000 employees. 100,000 are all contractors. And they're the ones who actually run the sites. So the federal government owns the 33 plus sites around the United States. They're run by contractors. Of those 14,000 feds, roughly 6,000 to 7,000 fall under the power marketing administrations. If you don't know what they are, they're the ones who deliver power out to remote areas or run energy like hydropower, which is not lucrative. So civilian companies tend to leave them and the federal government takes over. That leaves about 6,000 feds who provide oversight. So every site has contractor leadership, and then you have a small federal oversight office. And it's important to understand that structure. We are a self-governing agency. So for example, we have OSHA-like rules, but we don't necessarily comply with OSHA. And the reason for it is, for example, if there was an issue at one of our nuclear facilities where you have the highest clearance possible to enter, you couldn't just have an OSHA guy drop in the middle of it to do an investigation, or NTSB or Chemical Safety Board. So we have a lot of the equivalent regulations and directives and the self-government. And the department also has its own independent congressional oversight office as well. It's like another layer of protection. So that is the model that I operate inside of. So the last piece of advice that Dr. Sweeney gave was about hiring. And he said, you want someone who's a scholar and a leader. So you want to hire someone who's had leadership experience so they can engage with senior leaders and know what they're talking about. And you also want someone who has the educational background so they can also engage from an academic foundational level to help build out programs. And the last thing he said, the person has to have the type of personality that they don't have an issue standing up to adversity. So they tried to fill that position for about a year, and then I was transitioning, and I had sent my resume to Dr. Pat Sweeney for a review. Like, hey, friend, would you look this over for me? I don't know how to write a civilian resume. It's time for me to go find a real job now. And so Dr. Sweeney just forwarded it to the department. I got a cold call, and that's how I ended up in the department. Right off the bat, one of the things I noticed, so the position was called the Organizational Culture Program Advisor. Within 6 months, I requested the change of my title to drop the word program, because there's really no programs in the federal space which continues to look at improving performance, right? So I felt it disingenuous to say I'm managing a cultural improvement program when there was really nothing in place. I was really providing advice. So the reason I'm telling you this backstory is to understand how we get to the conversation around performance and reliability. So I became the lead for human performance improvement because we do have the 2 desk references that many industries use as their foundational models. I am currently also the lead in charge of running the department's accident investigation program. And I'll tell you a little story of how I ended up doing that. And then I have done safety culture assessments. I have done assessments of the oversight processes when organizations have asked. I've done assessments of, for example, the Office of Congressional Affairs, which is strictly all politicals under the last administration. They just wanted me to take a look at this process because they're so high up tempo, and they were constantly falling behind. So I like assessing organizations, but what I really like doing is helping leaders develop a plan of what that assessment tells them, and then following up those leaders on their plan. A lot of the times you bring in an external consultant, they'll do an organizational assessment. They'll tell you, here's what's wrong with the organization. Here's top 3 recommendations, and they'll leave, and there's no vested interest. And, you know, Kim can tell you, Kim Leffew, that when it comes to government, I mean, I have like this cheesy idealistic person. Like, I want our government to be better. And that is the lens that I look at. And I am not biased by politics. I'm not biased to the agency. I don't have allegiances to people. I take my oath of office to heart. And if you don't know, the oath that a federal employee takes is verbatim the same exact oath that a military officer takes. There's no difference, which I found fascinating when I switched over to federal service. So that's the lens I look at things, right? Is I want to improve the government. And so that's why I started on this journey. So initially I was doing a lot of safety culture assessments, exactly, Sharon, bringing it up from the inside. And we had a assistance contract with the Institute for Nuclear Power Operations. And the department had this contract for, I think, when I took it over, roughly 18 to 20 years. And Dr. Ken Kovis ran INPO's safety culture assessment program. So when we did safety culture assessments, him and I would partner up, we would build out a team, and we'd get the administrative support from INPO. For example, we didn't have an electronic survey. INPO provided the electronic survey and the tools, and would eventually write the assessment document. Eventually, INPO eliminated that program. And I did not have the resources within the department I didn't own an electronic survey, and I'll tell you about that in a second. And I didn't have the capacity to build out the team and have the administrative support because I'm one person deep. I'm an advisor. And I can bring in resources for projects, but I didn't really have them built into our organization. So we stopped doing safety culture assessments on a grand scale, but it was a turning point for me too, because I realized as large as the department is and as how geographically spread out the department is, that for me to dedicate time to doing safety culture assessments, I was asking the question, am I really having an impact on the complex? You know, I was having an impact on the site, but not really complex wide. And it's such a resource hog to do an assessment, because I mean, it takes you a good you're spending at least 10 days on site, and then you're prepping for it at least 45 days out, and you're, you know, reviewing documents, and you're planning for interviews. And so it was a good 2 to 3 months to do every single assessment. And then I'm just assisting one organization at a time. There's merit in that, but I was brought on board to have complex-wide impact. So I started looking for things that I could change within our department, and it really started centering around how do I create a better learning organization. And our agency's history was many of the large changes that had occurred in the department were due to an external oversight finding rather than an internal intrinsic motivation to change. So for example, our integrated safety management system is a product of an external oversight body finding fault in our safety management systems. And that's why we created it. The entire safety culture effort in the department is based on a defense board hearing, which is also an oversight body, saying that, hey, you have a poor safety culture and a retaliatory atmosphere at some of your sites. Once again, not an internal finding, right? So how do you get, we are a learning organization, we learn, we have mechanisms in place, but how do you go from passive learning to active learning? How do you stop relying on others to tell us what our problems are and we start looking within? So that's where the performance and reliability journey comes in. So the other thing I looked for, and I'll get to the slides, they're not as exciting as these conversations are going to be. I looked for models that I could use without having to pay somebody. And here's my reasoning. I'm a fan of building capacity in the federal government, right? So when the Office of Personnel Management told federal managers about, I want to say 3 or 4 years ago, that you need to start showing in your performance evaluation annual what you're doing to increase employee engagement. But we're not going to tell you how to do it. You just need to do it. So that was one of my first litmus tests as to, we put requirements on managers, but we don't put tools in their hands to actually implement the change, right? So that's me going to Mr. Charles Major and saying, hey, you need to fix your organization. You need to start a change management process, but I'm not going to teach you anything about change management. And I am from the sense, you know, from an adult learning perspective, as part of my education, is people would already be doing things if they knew how to do them, right? Humans are born with knowing really nothing except to grip and suckle, and beyond that, everything else is learned, right? So a lot of the time when you tell a manager to improve their organization, you don't equip them with additional tools. You know, if you look at what HPRCT is, you know, you're looking at human performance improvement, and you're looking at root causal analysis. These are all methods for evaluating and learning. And trending is the same thing as taking that data and being predictive. Is people would be using these if they already knew how. So that's my approach to everything, is if I ask something of management, because that's really a lot of my focus is on, to do something, then I tell myself, well, you need to put a tool in their hand. So I set out to look beyond what is offered in our space, and I really started looking at the Malcolm Baldrige model for performance excellence. And one of the main reasons is the model is owned by the federal government, so we don't have to pay for it. That's one, and that's important. That's important to understand in the federal space. When you go to a manager, you tell him, hey, there's the pro side model for change. Now you're going to have to pay for the rights to use it, and you have to pay for the consultant to come train your people. Malcolm Baldrige is owned by the federal space. And if you're not familiar with that model, I would Google Malcolm Baldrige assessment document. It's what an assessor uses. And it is an excellent tool for measuring the performance of your organization. So the award is good, but the assessment tool that they've been developing and refining since the 80s is an excellent tool for taking a performance approach at your organization. So that's where the performance of part of performance and reliability comes in. I took a lot of language and liberties from the Malcolm Baldrige performance excellence model. The other part of the P is human performance improvement. I'm a real big fan of it. Having an aviation background, and you know, we know the first thing you use as a pilot is a checklist, right? So I became familiar with HPI tools a long time ago And from a user perspective and a leader perspective, I immediately understood the importance of human performance improvement as a theory, as an application, as a tool. I didn't set out to become an expert in HPI. If you want like an expert approach to HPI, you talk to Kimbel, Leffew, right? She's on my go-to team of smart people if you want to talk about the schooling. But if you want someone to champion HPI, then I'm the guy you call. So, and then we switch over to reliability. Reliability has many components to it too. So I pull that out of high reliability organizing and those 5 traits. High reliability organizing, to me, the way I look at it, it's a lens for a leader to make decisions out of, right? So if you just look at a deference to expertise, there's no good leader who would ignore their experts out there, right? I just know that's a fact. To build high performing teams who are extremely effective at what they do, you have to find your subject matter experts. You have to give them the mission statement and say, I need you to do this. And then you just monitor. So that's where the reliability, and then the second part of reliability is reliability of operations, is that we're not just trying to improve the organization, we're looking at repeating things, right? Is we do this well when we want to be able to continue to do it well. So that's where the reliability, thank you for posting that. That's where the reliability part comes in. So high reliability in operations, and then HPI and performance improvement from, NIST created this document. It's an amazing tool. So that's where we get into the performance and reliability program. And with that, I'm gonna segue into taking control here and share my screen, because you can't have a conference without a presentation.
So true, Riz.
So I have to, can everybody see it? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not full screen yet.
Do you want it full screen? I like to be
I
able
don't
to.
care. Oh, I don't care.
Yeah, okay, good. I am getting my desktop organized because I still want to be able to see everybody's happy, shiny faces here. I'll tell you, one of the best investments that I've ever made is this giant 30-inch monitor. So I can put things and look at multiple documents, because I don't like to print. I've noticed I don't print as much anymore since I ever did this. All right, so performance and reliability program. So I'm a conversationalist, right? I don't really like to talk slides, and I like conversations. So if any time you have a question or a comment or a concern, please jump on in. I'm trying to figure out what happened to my chat box. Give me a sec, because I want to be able to see what people are chatting about. I'm not seeing it. Bear with me. Huh.
And I'll take a look at keep an eye on the chat box also. So if we get any questions coming in, I can just politely interrupt.
I found it.
Okay.
It's interesting, as many times I've used Zoom and WebEx and everything else, somehow when you connect, it's always a little different depending on who's hosting it. So I'm like, the chat is normally down here, but it's like up here today. It is what it is. All right, so moving along here, performance and reliability. So here's the basic agenda. And I've talked about how I approach to creating a program. And you can look at the agenda while I talk about this. So why is it called performance and reliability program? Well, in the federal space, if you don't have a program, you can't get money. And it is a straight business decision to call it a program. And in the federal space, that's how, once you have a line item, even if you just request $10, and that's a trick I learned too, is this year I'll ask for $10,000. Once I'm on the budget line, next year I can request $200,000. But if I request $200,000 today, people are like, oh, let us think about it. We won't spend that much money. I'll end up with the same money in 12 months from now, but the approach, and that's a part of learning your organization too, right? And if you don't use it, then what happens? So Sharon, I am all about running an efficient government. So I use every penny exactly for what's intended for. And if I don't use it, I do give it to somebody else. I don't give it back. I give it to somebody else. So that's my approach. So that's why it's called a program. When people said, oh, no, not another program. And once I explained the budgetary requirements in the federal space, then they understand it. So we'll talk about the program components and the relationships. And this is where I'm really looking for you guys to engage, because I want to hear your insights about these relationships. I'll explain why I chose those components, and then I would love to hear what your thoughts are on about this. So here's, if you go to the NIST website and you were to look up the performance assessment system, you will find this language, right? That's another thing about using government tool is I don't have to give credit to Charles Major or Dean Smith or, Sharon Small. No one's going to call me up. And INPO is notorious for doing this. We noticed somebody in DOE used this slide and it was not authorized in writing. We need you to take it down off your website. Notorious for that. So with that in mind, I stuck to things that already exist in the federal space. So the key thing to remember off of number one is stakeholders. That's important, is identifying your stakeholders, the right ones, good, bad, and different. And I like to do a good stakeholder analysis of the folks that I have to focus on. And then the business component is why number two is on there, is because I'm really looking to improve the overall effectiveness and the capabilities of the organization, right? If I come and say, I want to improve your safety culture, right off the bat, people either will say, I've never heard of that, or are you just here to give me a hug? Is that going to make me safer? Because the cynical people out there, as soon as you mention culture, they just think it's immediately about hugs and soft stuff. And then advanced learning for the organization, and that's really important, is all my effort focuses on learning, is how can the organization learn, and we can learn better and we can share. And then the consistency and the quality of the performance. Because from a business perspective, that is really what you're pushing at the end of the day, is building that. So with that, and then if you guys want to read the specific vision statement, I have it down at the bottom. I can throw that up in the chat. I think I'll do that. That way you can read it at your leisure. This is the benefit of teleconferencing, is the ability to share things. I think it's much more efficient than doing it in person. It gives you more flexibility. So here's the model. So we're gonna spend some time talking about this model. So performance and reliability is in the middle, right? So we're gonna create a learning organization. I have the HRO principles because I want to use those as our approach to look at all the work we're doing. And then I'm gonna talk to you about why I picked those four components. Human performance improvement, because I don't consider HPI as a safety tool. I consider HPI as a better way of doing business. Whether it's the checklist in a cockpit, or it is used in the HR department on running better efficiency of operations, because you can use the HPI tools across those many things. And I like to use the checklist example because a lot of people will say, well, it's to make sure that you reduce human error because it'll make you a safer pilot. And I said, right. But when it comes down to, and I'll give you an example, we have this term for when you're deployed. It's called setting your cockpit up, right? So normally you get inside of a black hot cockpit, it'll take you anywhere from 5 to 8 minutes to run through the checklist and do a full startup. But what if I just to tell you that I can have the aircraft not just started and airborne in 30 seconds? So when I first proposed that in the 101st, they were like, well, how is that even possible? Well, so that's when you talk to your maintenance folks and say, what switches can I already have turned on where engaging the battery will not negatively impact them? Because some things, you don't want that surge of power. They have to come on in a different sequence. What we learned is that majority of the components in the aircraft are built to be able to receive independent power. So what you do is you get in the cockpit and you run through your checklist and you turn on everything you're going to need right off the bat. So when you jump in and you turn on your battery, everything powers up immediately. The next thing you go to is turning on your fuel pumps, and you can go right to starting engines. And then I can have the aircraft airborne in 30 minutes or 30 seconds, which is important. The ideal situation is that you run through the checklist and you do the 5 to 8 minute startup, right? Because you're being deliberate and you're being focused and you're being safe. And part of that is about the reliability of performance. But when you're in a quick reactionary force type situation and you need to be airborne, so we established this procedure where if you see a flight helmet and the flight gear sitting on the seat of the aircraft, that means that aircraft has been prepped for takeoff. So you don't get in it and you don't mess around. Because someone has already sat through the checklist and gone through it and turned everything on, and they're expecting that to be on. So that is another way of using human performance improvement. It is more towards efficiency of operations and not just safety. But the outcome of that is I do a safe startup within 30 seconds, right? So I have one of the outcome is safe operations. So human performance improvement has to be a part of the way we do work, because it's a language that I can use to talk from the HR department and all the way out to the nuclear worker who's assembling the nuclear warhead. Integrated safety management system, right? That is the department's term for a safety management system. And it is an approach for running a safe organization. It's very robust. I think it's a great document that the department has. It covers a lot of the things you would find in industry. And it was, and Kim could talk about this in more in depth because this is before I came to the department, but it was a collaborative effort with our contractors and our feds that developed this document. The next part is enterprise risk management. And if you're not familiar with the ERM in the corporate space, I'll touch on it, but it's basically every business line within your organization does a risk assessment. And the difference with enterprise risk management is you take all of those risk assessment documents and you combine them into one, and then you prioritize them. And on your risk register, then now you have a priority of what is the greatest risk to the organization as a whole, not just to the office. And it creates situational awareness for the senior leadership on where to focus their resources. Because until you do that, you may not realize that your greatest threat might be your aged water lines, right? It may not be that nuclear worker who is particularly working inside the reactor, or it could be the guy who's out back with the backhoe digging up a road that 30, 40, 50 years ago, a power line was buried and was not documented. So the risk register allows you to do that. So why ERM? A couple of years ago, the way enterprise risk management used to exist in the federal space is is more on the financial side. What are the financial risks? And it focused on internal controls, which is, you know, CFO lingo for the risk register for the CFO side. But a couple of years ago, the Office of Management and Budget, which owns Circular 123, rewrote it and said that enterprise risk management doesn't just belong in the financial space, it belongs across all agency operations, which is the corporate way with how corporations have been doing for decades. So we're just bringing the federal government up to speed. And so it's important that ERM be part of our conversation, because you're really identifying risk and prioritizing risk across the whole organization. The next one is employee engagement. You know, that's your critical piece of engaging your workforce. You know, that discretionary effort, are your employees engaged? Are they on board? You know, we're not talking happy, right? Employee engagement has nothing to do with happy. It has everything to do with really discretionary effort, and you as a leader doing everything you have in your power to have an engaged workforce. And so ISMS is already in the federal space, HPI is in the federal space, ERM is in the federal space. Employee engagement, the Office of Personnel Management started championing it a couple of years ago, so it makes sense to use that as a tool as well. And I'll share more on that. So now the OrgX website, what is that? And later on in the presentation, we'll throw up some slides, we'll talk about that. So with the OrgX website, it's a vehicle for the exchange of knowledge, right? When we talk about knowledge management and knowledge transfer. One of the things that I have learned is that we're about to have a huge cycle in the American technological workforce of people retiring, right? In the next, well, right now, plus the next 5 years, a lot of our technical workers are going to be retirement eligible. And those naysayers, and this is not political, this is just being objective, who didn't want to contribute to education and did not want to champion, you know, states and federal government taking a hard look for higher level education from a needs perspective as a nation is having a negative impact. I mean, we're seriously asking the question, are we going to have to import foreign workers to work on our nuclear weapons complex? That's where we're at. because the United States is not producing enough, right? And a lot of our nuclear workforce used to come from the nuclear Navy. Well, since we went to a volunteer force and a more technology-based force, which means our force is considerably smaller, the Navy is no longer, that pipeline doesn't exist at the capacity it did 40 years ago. So we are asking questions in the federal space. How do we save this knowledge of these folks that are leaving, right? And an email is horrible for organizational learning, because I will send you an email and it will be wonderful and great and will make you reflect, and then it will disappear in your inbox and it will continue to be buried and buried and buried. And it'll be just in a giant dumpster full of information that you're constantly getting. And you won't even remember what enlightening things I may have emailed you. So we needed a better way of exchange. So I did not create this website. Well, I did and I didn't. I went on LinkedIn, and I'm a big fan of networking and finding experts, and I looked for an expert, and I found this brilliant woman named Darlene Christopher, and she is the senior executive for World Bank in charge of e-learning. And she has been published and has won many awards, and she handles all of e-learning for all of Asia and Africa, continents of World Bank. And if you understand World Bank, it's a ginormous organization. So I shot her an email and said, hey, I would like to talk to you and pull your ear about knowledge management and how to do this. And she said yes. And then I would just go and have lunch with her, and she was very generous with her time, and I would just pick her brain. And I came up with a concept for a website. And I'm not a web designer, and I did some research, and with her input on PowerPoint, I created the framework for a website. And it's based off of social media, and not Twitter, but Facebook, LinkedIn, SharePoint, and this concept. And Darlene blessed it, said, hey, that's a really cool idea. And I, wanting to build capacity, did not farm this out to an external organization. I went to our chief information officer and said, I want to do this. Tell me what it needs to happen. And they did not have the capacity. And now they do, because they built the capacity to build this website and manage it. And and I'll show you later. So we needed to, when we say I want a vehicle for exchanging ideas, yes, we have some reporting systems like lessons learned and operating experience. But how does someone sitting in Hanford, Washington, engage with somebody sitting, somewhere in the middle of Podunk, Tennessee? Because we have sites everywhere. And I'll give you one example that a benefit of the site is someone posted, I noticed that on our external metal steps on our warehouses, people don't use the handrail because in the sun, the steel gets real hot. And I wonder if somebody has a fix. And someone on the other side of the United States answered that person's post and said, we have this special paint we use. It's epoxy based and it reflects almost 100% of the sunlight. So it's, if you ever had a deck, or I think it's called cool paint, and they painted it on their handrails, and all of a sudden everybody started using them because they weren't hot anymore. But how do you capture those ideas, right? And the second benefit of this website is that once you post a question, it's on there forever. And so someone can now go to the website and search. And when you do a search on the main page, it looks not only through the posts, but it also, every document that's posted, it will search inside that document if it's a PDF, and will give you a list of everything. Let's see. Let's see what Tanya's posted here. Oh, lesson of disengagement. Yep, that's a really good point. Lessons learned is thrown around. Yeah. You have to have a vehicle. That's a great example. So that is the model that we came up with, and the organizational excellence website is just a way for all these other systems that people can post there and share information. So I would just like, at this point, to hear some comments from these really smart people that have connected on here today about this approach. And then I will continue on, we'll talk through a little bit more.
Yeah, thanks, Riz. And let's just see if anybody, just feel free to unmute yourself or raise your hand so we can just call out who wants to share an insight or ask a question. And I am going to go out on a limb and ask Tanya to just jump in with, Tanya, if you don't mind, I would love to hear more about that model of employee disengagement. If you just talk about that briefly, we'd love to hear about that.
Well, again, this comes from Pat Lencioni's work. He has a model on a pretty simple model. He had to change the title of the book because the book he had titled "The Truth About Employee Misery," and people didn't want to bring that to work. But I think he's nailed it. If people don't feel as though they are known as a person, if they're just known as a job title or something, that's going to make things a lot worse. Secondly, if people don't know how they contribute to the larger mission of the organization, what is it that I am doing that helps achieve whatever, you know, the company is founded for, that's going to be really hard for them to find something in their job. And then the third one is having some way to know how you're doing. You know, if it's only to this annual performance review that doesn't necessarily give you a lot of value anyway, it's really difficult to get a feel for, am I actually accomplishing anything? Am I actually helping?
Yeah, thank you for that. And I thought that was an interesting post in a lot of ways. And Riz, it seemed like that it was totally relevant to the conversation because your approach and the tool set that you have get at all three of those, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great example, Tanya.
So let's see if we have another. So Brian Gestring, your hand is up. Brian, what do you think?
No, I think the idea is really great about setting up this this website in this way. And in addition to engaging the employees in all these different titles, you know, looking in a different field that you've heard before, I'm a forensic scientist, and I'm a big fan of history. So I started looking into the history of forensic science, and surprisingly, one of the people that I found to be kind of a guiding edge is actually Arthur Conan Doyle. And if you actually look at all the Sherlock Holmes again, one of the things he says is he's always got his reference collection up on there because it's all been done before. So everything has happened, every crime, everything's all been done before, nothing is new. And it's kind of the same idea. What you're doing is you're making a collective data bank of wisdom where instead of having to solve these individual problems, it's out there for someone else. And the other thing is you're giving them a mechanism for engagement so they can feel like they're part of the solution. So it's kind of just my thoughts on it, but I think it's a great idea and it sounds like it's already working pretty well.
Yeah, it is. And it's interesting, you know, I left the military, I moved back to the DC area because I really wanted my kids to engage with their grandparents and their aunts and uncles and get to meet the family, because as a military brat, you kind of miss that. And my dad started this series, and he says an hour with grandpa on Sundays, right? So every couple of weeks, all the grandkids go over there and they can just ask him whatever he wants and he'll just pontificate. And that's another thing that got me thinking, like, well, how do we, so we as humans storytell, right? That's our number one way of learning. I mean, a good teacher isn't up there reading the slides. A good teacher is storytelling the information, and that's how, you know, you capture it and you keep it with you. And but it was just great. And the way he was doing it is like, so how do we capture some of these stories in these conversations? And, you know, someone said or Shannon has other ways of engaging in opportunities. It's really, so different communities of practice, they put in a request for a forum, and I create a forum just for them. So under their forum, they can post and share information as they see fit. And for example, if Galen wanted to create something on HPI, I'd create a forum for HPI and he would be the moderator. And so where you can hang documents, and right now capacity we're adding is the ability to hang training videos. So if you do a meeting and you want to post a video, and it's been growing, the website. Yeah.
Just one other point to it. I think one of the things that's the power of what you've created is, it sounds like no problem too small. So when the example you cited was a handrail, now people are going to fall if they don't grab the handrail, but it sounds like an innocuous problem that no one's really going to deal with. So this gives a mechanism for these little things, and the little steps are also the path toward creating a quality of continuous improvement. So when you engage someone the first time that you actually give them something that they can make a positive change within the organization, and other people grab that or grasp that, that's a seed of creating a culture of quality and a culture of continuous improvement. So I just wanted to point that out again, but thank you.
Yeah, of course. And I always like the conversation on work imagined and work done. It's one of my favorite things to always throw out there when talking with managers. And when I talk about these concepts, obviously, I'm not running the presentation, but all these things will be floating around. That's my little bit of dive into animation. Is people think this is how they're imagining work. Oh, Riz, those things already are connected. We do that all the time. And I'm saying, no, you really don't. I mean, it doesn't even show me. And I ask him, show me on paper where it shows that HPI and your employee engagement program is connected. Which meeting did you have to discuss it? And that's what, to show alignment is really important. So a simple exercise is I do within an organization when they ask me to do an assessment. And a lot of times we don't end up doing assessments because I said the management has to be aligned first. So I get the senior leaders together and I'll do a simple exercise. I said, get out a piece of paper and I want you guys to, without discussing, write down your organization's goals for the next 12 months. And all I do is a comparison of the senior leader and all their managers. And there's a pretty good chance that those goals are not going to be aligned. And that's really important when you talk about organizational effectiveness. So when you say to me, oh, we're a great run organization, everyone's marching in the same direction, and I do that simple exercise, I'm not criticizing you, I'm presenting you with an opportunity for situational awareness. So
I have a quick question for Riz. Hi, Riz. Bob Latina, I think we met at NERC one time, doing a little acting skit. The concept of this and knowledge management, how do you tie your investigation side into that? I mean, these are kind of like continuous improvement type investigations, but I suspect even the serious type of stuff is a reservoir of knowledge management of the logic used to come to conclusions. How do you tie that into your investigation management system?
Okay, so this is, I'm going to talk a little bit about this. That's a really good question, Bob. And I stumbled into the accident investigation portion recently. I have always had an interest in doing a value-based investigation. So way back when my minor was an aircraft crash investigation at Embry Aeronautical University. And why? Because as a pilot, I realized we have to do a really good job of doing an investigation, and it can't be an exercise in compliance, right? In aviation, you have a set of criteria which it classifies the type of accident you have, and it triggers a particular type of investigation. And to me, the culture was evolved enough where it said, we're doing the investigation we want to learn, and the type of investigation is going to be determined by the criteria, but we're going to do the investigation regardless. What I started seeing within our organization was a lack of consistency in the approach as to why, the big W as to why we're doing the investigation. And at the same time, the last accident investigation program manager asked, him and I were having this conversation, and I had taken the class because I was curious as to how the department, because when you do assessments and you're providing advice, I wanted to understand the department's approach to doing an investigation. So I took the 40-hour course. And I was a little dismayed to find that there wasn't a lot of conversation about improvement. There wasn't conversation about human factors. HPI was not discussed. Risk theory was not discussed. And a lot of things were just left off the table from my perspective. It was still a valuable course that a lot of people took. And it was really focused on the science of causal analysis, which is important. So, it's that thing about you have a good idea and then you end up volunteering for it. So I ended up becoming an instructor for the accident investigation course over the last 3 years. And we had to change the curriculum, but by storytelling, I started adding the human factors component to it, the learning organization component. the shifting your mindset away from compliance to performance by, by taking these students and saying, we do investigations to learn. We don't do them because we're just complying, because that's a dangerous place to be. And then when the gentleman retired, I had socialized the idea of updating the curriculum with modern science. Like Bob, for example, it still references multitasking in the course, where we know now with neuroscience, it's actually switch tasking, right? Your brain doesn't multitask, it actually switches really fast. So things like that needed updating. The causal analysis portion is really good, but what I started thinking was, the science that is taught in this course can also be used for evaluating low-grade non-reportable events, right? Your near misses. We have, and when I say this generality, as a department, we do not have a good near miss program. There are sites which have excellent near miss programs, and there are sites which have zero near miss programs. So that's where the reliability comes in, is bringing consistency and offering those tools to the managers. So from a learning perspective, for accident investigation, one thing we started a couple of months ago, okay, so when Gary retired, I volunteered to take over the whole program until we could hire somebody. It was with the understanding that I'm not volunteering to be the permanent manager, right? I'm like BASF, I don't do investigations, I make your investigations better, right? That's my approach to things. So what I immediately started is an update of the curriculum. So I formed a team of experts, and we are right now knee deep in going through all the modules and updating it. And then I provided a vision, like, we are focusing on learning, right? Organizational learning will be part of the conversation. We're going to focus not just on the high level reportable accidents, but teaching this methodology and how you do evaluations at all different grades of events, not just accidents. So it's really focusing on changing our approach to organizational learning and using the accident investigation program to spread that message. And so this is where my military background in counterinsurgency comes in, right? A lot of the times the frontal assault doesn't work. So I'm working with HR employee engagement. I'm working with the HPI folks. I'm working with the ISMS folks. I'm working with our enterprise risk management folks. And now I am subtly changing the accident investigation program. And Bob, you'll find this interesting. Once I started digging into the department's documents on accident investigation, and everyone says accident investigation program, but actually in the documents, it's called the accident prevention and investigation program. And so I was like, that's fascinating, right? At what point in the department's history did they drop the prevention in the conversation? So one of the first things I did is I went to leadership and said, I want to change the name of this program. And it was easy to convince them, like, because you guys are just misusing it. And so we also came up with a theme, and it's called Big P, Little I, right? Is we're going to focus on the prevention and not on the investigation. So that's where the learning part is really going to come in, is building a community of practice. So that's the second thing I also started, is an accident prevention and investigation community of practice. And we have our quarterly meetings now, and I have a series. I get folks from the different sites, and the series is called Success from Failure. I do not want to talk about what got you to that event. I want you to share your story from the event forward, and your recovery, and where you're taking the organization, and what's your practice in that. So that's where the learning part, I feel, we're creating in the accident prevention and investigation program.
Yeah, the deductive logic process, the thought process for an airline accident is really no different than a late delivery. It's just one's triggered and one's not. One you call an investigation, the other you might call problem solving. But the same faculties used to draw the conclusions are going to be the same, as to the physics of the failure, the decision, and then the reasoning for the decision of those. And I'm all behind you on tying the social sciences to the physical sciences, because it's lacking in our industry.
Oh, I know your expertise, Bob. I appreciate your input. I do. Yeah, it is lacking in industry, and You know, it's when you take a Nobel laureate scientist and you put him in charge of a multi-billion-dollar corporation as the department, and then people wonder why we have challenges in our performance, or sometimes, sometimes it's interesting enough. Some of the best performance in the department was under the last secretary, that was Secretary Perry, and politics aside, because he was a governor of the second largest economy in the United States for 15 years. So he understands bureaucracy and he understands business, and even the scientists were very happy that he came on board because he valued expertise. He didn't tell scientists how to do their science, but he really focused on the business elements of the department and building efficiency and operations and whatnot.
Hey, Riz.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have time for a couple more comments or questions now?
Yeah, I've got the clock till 11:30, right?
Brilliant. Well, I've got a couple people unmuted, so I'll touch on in with John Carroll first. John, you're unmuted. Did you have a comment or question?
No, I'm just fascinated that you've been able to make so much progress within an enormous bureaucracy like that. But I'm in agreement that there's a lot of fragmentation out there. There are people doing things under labels that they don't understand, and that having a more integrated and science-based approach, which focuses not on the mechanics of doing investigations, but on the purpose for which you're doing this, and the shared understanding of how to go about doing it, and what would constitute learning and performance improvement. Those are critical. So we don't sort of substitute the means for the ends, which ends up happening, that check the box mentality. I just have to do my task and show that I've done it, and it doesn't matter whether anything comes of it. So I think those are incredibly important, so that you've been able to move a big organization like that is very impressive.
Thank you for that. It's interesting. I don't know if they would consider themselves moved, because the federal space a lot of the time, when it comes to movement, people equate that to policy change. But I think the department has good enough policies that they don't really need rewriting. I've only made a couple of recommendations for accountability, if you're familiar with the employee concerns program. At most sites, it is a way, if you can't resolve a situation with your management, you go to the employee concerns program, you file a formal concern. It's bypassing the chain of command in a legal, productive way, is the way it's supposed to be. But our program at the headquarters was not good when I looked into it 7 years ago. And one of my recommendations, which was simple, was the department headquarters employee concerns program manager does a quarterly outbrief directly to the deputy secretary. And once they made that slight change, all of a sudden the adjudication of the employee concerns went from 2 years to 90 days. Because it was just about visibility and accountability. And sometimes, it's you shame people into performance, right? And I'm not saying shame is a bad word, right? It's when your peers see that you're not doing it what everyone else is doing, you tend to make people step up to the plate when they haven't been doing so. Yeah. So that's the business leadership side of Riz, right? That's not the soft side of Riz. So that's the conversations I can have. I've made recommendations after an assessment that, hey, that VP needs to be fired. Because you won't have a consultant normally say that. I will have that. And people, sometimes they take my advice, sometimes they don't. Or I also recommend, for example, in an assessment, I thought that a senior leader was task saturated. They were too deep in the weeds, and which was not allowing them to think strategically, and things were slipping through. So I recommended that they hire a what do you call it? Wow, my brain slips me. An executive assistant. And they did. And instantly it took the administrative workload off, and that person was able to step back and start engaging with the workforce. So concerns about liability. Let's see Jason's question here. How have you managed concerns about liability in incidents? So liability is a tricky word, right? Now we're talking legal word for fault. So is that what you meant, Jason?
Yeah, Riz. So just context. I've taken over the VP safety role here at a utility, and I'm trying to evolve our incident management process to become really a learning exercise. But the history of it is that it's been, to be honest, it's been overrun by the lawyers, and it really instantly becomes, we have an incident, it instantly becomes an exercise of protecting the company from any potential liability. And I mean, this goes from everything from a near miss to an actual injury. I'm making some progress, but I'm just wondering if you have any advice or thoughts on how to kind of manage those concerns. And really the story I've been telling is, look, if we get to the bottom of this, if we understand the factors that led to the incident, the near miss, whatever it was, we're going to be better off. And the reality is we've never had a real liability concern with any incident I could find in our history. And so, and I've explained to our lawyers, that's actually getting in the way of us getting to the truth, because it puts the employees on defense, in a defensive posture right off the hop. And then people don't want to talk. And if they don't talk, we're never going to get to the bottom of this, because we need to hear their perspective. So I'm just looking for any advice or tricks you might have.
Yeah, so I'll share with you, a few years ago, I partnered with a gentleman named Jeff Weiss from Department of Transportation, and he and I was kind of helping and trying to figure out if we could do this. We have lofty goals, and the Department of Transportation was going to be the test bed. So the FAA's near miss program is protected. Anything that goes into it cannot be used for liability, right? You have to do your independent discussion and independent investigation and show you reach the same conclusion, and then that can be used for liability. But that near miss program is protected by law.
Right.
And that was to help the aviation industry grow. So Jeff went out to seek the same protection for the Department of Transportation's larger near miss program, and they said no, they're not going to offer those protections. And so, which meant the Department of Energy, we weren't going to be able to offer those protections for a near miss program. At the end of the day, when it comes to corporate money, it is about liability, right? And so how do we protect that? It is, in the federal space, in the Department of Energy, if a contractor has an event and they show that in good faith they were doing the best things possible the right way, the chances of them getting a financial penalty are low.
Right.
That's how we do liability. But if we find out there's a history of deception and cover up and bad management practices, then the fine is high. And the fine first comes in the form of, you don't get, so there's payouts you do. If your performance is here, you get your payout. If this performance is here, you get your payout. But if there's an event and we find out there's some bad actors going on, then you don't get your payout, and then you can get a fine on top of that. So there's a direct financial impact. Now, when it comes to individual liability, I mean, honestly, if someone's not committing a crime, I don't really consider individual liability. I'm a systems person, right? The chances that an individual went out to do something wrong, we're talking criminal action.
Right.
If an individual went out to do a mistake. So when it comes to liability, we have protections in place where a person cannot be punished for making a mistake. An organization cannot take retaliation against an individual for systems failure.
Right.
So, but as far as the conversation of liability goes, I mean, it is so hit or miss depending on the corporate entity and the relationship with the federal government.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and it's interesting. In our context, I had a discussion with the chief legal officer, and she basically said to me, look, first and foremost, we have an incident. First thing we got to worry about is liability. And I said, no, first thing we got to worry about is, was the employee okay? And really, we need to understand what happened so it never happens again, because odds are that probably wasn't the first time something like that happened, and it's typically the tip of an iceberg. And so there's a whole lot that we need to learn to protect ourselves from a much bigger problem down the road. So it's been an interesting evolution. I'm kind of slowly making some gains, but yeah, it's a different perspective, right? And I think Tanya put in the chat, are there any lawyers here in this conference? It would be good to see some lawyers here hearing some of these experiences from other companies, because I think it would be helpful for our lawyers.
So the general counsel review of an action investigation is the very last thing.
Should be.
In our investigation process, there's no general counsel review. there's obviously general counsel advice provided to leadership and every time an event happens.
Sure.
But I think we as an organization do a good job of doing the investigation. Most of our sites do. Now, one of the problems when it comes to investigating is, I know we're coming off for performance or liability a little bit here, but I think it feeds into the same thing is, and this is a recent conversation within one of our site offices over a couple of different sites is one organization has an event as minor or as major as maybe, they immediately start an evaluation or investigation process. And then if during the process, they learn that it meets criteria, then, you know, because meeting criteria means now you have to do a federal action investigation and it's much more formal. So they're like, okay, so we need to step it up, but they immediately start. 3 hours down the road from them is another site, another national lab. They spend just as much energy in determining if they can get away with them not doing any investigation at all.
Yeah.
So having learned this just a couple of months ago, I'm asking the question to their leadership that why is it so different within you're the same program office? Why is this two different approaches? And, you know, what got you here? I don't say, well, why aren't you fixing it? You know, I'm like, what is the reason they're so different, right? So it's the liability conversation. One doesn't want to look bad. They don't want to lose funding. They're a internationally recognized lab and they don't want to have egg on their face. So my response when someone told me this, I'm like, so you're willing to kill one of your scientists to save face? That's what you're telling me. Oh, Riz, you're being over dramatic. I'm like, that's what happens when you have organizational drift.
Right.
Where you learn, people die in high energy experiments. And it's not one of the smaller labs. It is a high energy lab. You know, like Tony Mashura will tell you, if you're transferring energy, depending on the amount, is depending on your criteria. And interesting enough, in our action investigation criteria, we don't have energy, which I would like to add, because the amount of energy transferred should also be a criteria for investigation.
Yes. Right.
So, obviously,
Yep. Good point.
Good conversation there. I'm going to go back out to Malcolm Hollins. Malcolm, your hand had been up a while ago and you just chatted in the chat box, but if you want to join us live, I'd love to hear your question. And also for those that didn't see Brandy Young's little bit of a story about a hospital in Michigan a few minutes ago in the chat box, it was a good addition to this thread. But Malcolm, do you want to jump in and ask that question?
Sure. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, perfect. And it was just a question around the website of the knowledge tool that was created. When you said that there's a potential for some significant turnover in the next few years, just want to know what the department was doing to increase the knowledge and the skills and learning for the younger employees that you currently have, so that, you know, the impact wouldn't be as major when that starts to happen, when that attrition starts to happen.
Yeah. So as a department, you know, we do recruiting events and whatnot. We're increasing the amount of internships, but the level of problem it is really on the national scale, you know, and it's a little scary, honestly, you know, and to not have that answer to give you right now. You know, I'll give you an example. Some of our sites are doing it. What they're doing is they're partnering with local community colleges and colleges to create a career pipeline. So they will pay your tuition and then you agree to come work there for a certain period of time. And that's how some of the sites are doing it individually. But to really answer your question, I mean, we really need a national effort to combat what's coming, or it's already here. So it's definitely a concern. Hope that gave you a nice depressing answer, Malcolm.
No, that makes sense. And that is a great tool that you're using. We got a alliance partner that recently shared something with us like that. And I think it's fantastic so that you can reach out to different SMEs and just learn how to deal with experiences from something that you may not have thought about. And someone else has over 30 plus years of experience dealing with that particular topic. So
yeah, for sure. So all I'm doing on my slide is these things were animated. I'm just moving them out of the way so you can see kind of like what we worked on here.
Malcolm, thanks for the question. We also have Brian gesturing. Your hand is up too. So Brian, what do you think?
Well, I wanted to take one more opportunity to throw the legal profession under the bus as an obstacle to this. So within forensic science, it's a little different, because what ends up happening is when there is a mistake that occurs and you try and be open and transparent about it, what happened is you have a lot of entities within the legal profession that try and throw it under the bus very, very quickly. They try and use avenues in the press to try and get it out there to show that even if the issue is mild and innocuous, because some of them are fairly complicated, when they get reported in the press, there's a convolution of what the actual issue is and what the solution is. And around the country, there's actually been cases where people, lab directors have been terminated over things that were completely, when people within the field looked and said, what happened? What just happened right there? So, it's probably a bigger question than you can answer, but it becomes a real challenge within the legal profession. And I've been actually looking into other industries like air crash investigations to see if there's a place where you can make safe spaces, but there needs to be kind of some national leadership, which there really isn't. So it's just kind of putting that little concept out where you can have, it's very easy to break down. It's not very easy to build up. And in that particular case, it's in the private defense bar industry to do their best to try and shred everything they can.
Yeah, and we're as a nation at a unique place in history at this point. And so I'm a big picture guy. Like, I like to step back and understand why we are here today. And the reason we were a leader for so long is because World War II. I mean, everyone else was destroyed and decimated, and I take that approach when it comes to the department is, why did some external entity have to do an oversight to find our flaws? Why are we not fixing them ourselves, right? So if you look at the US history, post-World War II, we were protected, right? Everyone else was building from scratch and we prospered. And now everyone else is catching up, and now we're going to have to truly compete. I mean, like, truly compete with some superpowers out there. I mean, Brazil is as big as the United States. What's to say that, they don't have the same resources, that they start prospering the same? So when it comes to all these educational goals, either we decide we are going to become a global nuclear power, meaning we open our doors to everybody, or we need to spend money on training our people. So, I mean, it is a pretty big, tough question, and there's some tough answers out there. So, but I have this next slide up. I just want to kind of bring back a little bit, so give you guys an update. If you look on my model, everything is about the tools, right? I mean, this is great, right? This group, man, break out the bourbon and we could talk for the next 6 hours. We have some great conversations. But when I go back to the office, I want to put something in the hands of people, right? So when it comes to HPI, partnership with FCOG, which is our Energy Facility Contractors Group, which Kim is one of my thought leaders. Not my claim, she's one of my thought leaders. We developed an HPI for practitioners course, and it's a 3.5, 4-day course. We are right now finishing up an HPI fundamentals e-learning course, and it'll get piloted in August. Then we'll move on to developing an HPI for managers, and then also coming up with an HPI technical qualification certification. That's if you want to be considered a subject matter expert, these are the classes you should take. These are the books you should take. These are how many number of years you should try to get experience, or, do a detail, or how do you expand yourself. And touching, I think one day HPI soon is probably going to be called human and organizational performance, because that makes more sense anyways with the direction the industry is going. But so that's what we've got so far on working on, is putting tools in the hands of people so they can make an impact in their organization. Under employee engagement, so far we've developed a employee engagement desk reference for managers. It not only explains what employee engagement is, it gives them 10 approaches that they can utilize to improve employee engagement in their workspace. The website has grown considerably. The enterprise risk management training has been on hold because the pandemic. I mean, people weren't able to get into their offices, and our instructional design teams, for example, were limited to bringing in one person at a time because they happen to be located on Air Force Base. So it's really affected our ability to get training out the door. But we will be following up with that. I think the question was, what other things we're doing to do that is I provide advice to many hosts of different organizations. And this is the way of repeating that message and getting out there about learning organization. I want to touch here. So this is just an update to you guys. So, I've been doing work since last time we talked. that your taxpayer dollars that are going in my pocket, which are part of my own dollars going into my pocket, I'm actually doing something with it. So this is the things we've developed so far. Future development for the HPI, the integrated safety management. We've recently started a community of practice for getting people to share their, not best practices, but I am a big fan of storytelling. So to get people to share their story about how they're improving their safety culture within their organizations. And then this is the employee engagement. We created the DEF reference, and also I went on detail to our HR office for a couple of months and helped them to start up an office of employee engagement. So there's someone who can engage with federal managers all the time in helping them improve their office. And this is Posture the Medic. Okay, now we've had a lot of conversation around this website, and one thing I hadn't planned on, which is a wonderful anomaly, is all these different communities which would have these monthly meetings and send out emails have now moved over to this website. And so instead of sending out emails, people can just go engage anytime with the information. So originally, we did not set out to have a place for people to put files. And that was a request. So we added the capacity. It took a couple of months for people to hang files. So now you post something just like on a Facebook post, where you can actually hang a file with your post. And then your forum also has a file page where all your files are listed as well that people have hung. Recently, people have asked for the capacity to post videos. So right now we got the approval and the funding. So we're going to be adding that capacity as well. So the site continues to grow, and this is what the website looks like. Here, it's just, I'm doing it this way. So up here is, we have the drop-down forums. For networking purposes, there's a minimal amount of data that you are required to give. That's your name, obviously, your email address, your phone number, your organization, your title, and where are you geographically located, so that someone can look at the membership list and find someone with that title, right? That's part of it, is the networking. Forum tips, how to post. This is where all the documents are hung. So someone had asked if we could create a links folder so they could post links to relevant pages around the internet. So that's what we created here. We've also connected it to the department's Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn page. And in today's world, that's important, right? The social media access is really important. This photograph, for example, it's connected to the Instagram page. So every single day, it constantly updates itself with the department's Instagram feed. Right here, it's connected to the Department of Energy's Twitter feed. So I tried to design the homepage as your one-stop shop. So like the energy blog automatically posts here, the National Nuclear Security Administration's news automatically posts here. So a lot of this stuff is we're pulling from other websites and pulling into here to increase the chances that this becomes the first place people come to. And then they can dive into the forums, and up to the left, you'll see active forum, what's hot right now, new latest forum topics, and then points. This is an old slide, but right now there's many different names on here. So we came up with a point system where your name gets points for the number of posts, number of likes, number of responses. Oh, the like button. So this is kind of funny. So people said, I wanted the ability to like someone's post, right? So that took one of the longest things to develop, because nowhere in the federal space do we have a like button in software. So the OCI actually had to go out and buy a like button that they could put into Drupal, is the platform they use. And so now you can like comments, so now people can like it. So now I'm stuck with the question, so what do I do with these likes? Like, are we gonna have the most liked comment, So that's the next thing we're gonna build out over here in this area. And this is another tool that came on board. Site analytics. So at that time, this is for the last 12 months. And this allows me to see real time, when are people most active, right? And here's another unique thing about this page is accessibility. Most of our information sharing sites are located within our firewall. And that's problematic because even only about 70% of our feds work within that firewall. So that eliminates 110,000 employees who cannot even see the information. Yeah, imagine that, right? So the very first question to the chief information officer about this website was, if we can't make it accessible to the entire workforce, then I don't want to do it. Because to me, it's not worth the effort. It took them almost 1.5 years to come up with the security protocols and figure out how we could get access. Because I said, I want someone to be able to access on their desktop, their iPad, their smartphone, and that's what we did. So it's a complete separate platform, exists on its own separate server that people can access. So that access is really important. So you can see here in the last year, the mobile use went down, but the desktop use went up by 44%. Well, that's because of telework, right? Everyone's home. There's really no reason to access your phone. So that's the reasons we came up with. So that is the website and the site analytics we've been working on. And in the end, the takeaways are this: the resilience. And this is from my mindset as to why I'm doing this program. Excuse me, give me a moment here. Ignore the party cup. My home's under renovation and all of our dishes are locked up, so in storage. So, well, you don't know what's in here, do you? Why am I in a good mood? But anyways, that's the reasoning for it. Somebody actually shot an email to me after a meeting and said, you know, it gives the impression that you're consuming alcohol. I was like, well, I drink lemonade out of mine. So resilience is really important, right? Organizational resilience is really important in the federal space, especially in Department of Energy, because we have so many different things we do that we could have a failure anywhere in the systems. And so having the conversation with leaders about building resilience as a product of learning organization is really important. Building capacity is really important to me. Is if we contract out, and I'm not talking about our permanent contractors, right? The folks that work at our sites, they're 95% of them permanent. So even if Lockheed Martin replaces Boeing at a site, only the upper echelon changes out. Because, for example, we have 4,300 people working at our nuclear weapons manufacturing facility. Where are you going to find 4,300 people with classified technical expertise to be able to do that? So our contractors don't change. So building that capacity is really important. So if we want to improve employee engagement, our safety management systems, knowledge management, I like to build a capacity that's permanent within our own agency, because then you're more vetted to its success than somebody else. And then from my perspective, a corporate approach is to build reliability in operations across the complex. That's the goal that I set out with. And I partner with a lot of other federal agencies to find out what they're doing, what's successful, and even what's not successful, because what I found, what didn't work for them can work for us, right? So that's the danger in benchmarking. I don't want you to just share with me what you do well. I want to hear other ideas you've tried, because for us, it could work. So that's my overall approach when it comes to performance and reliability. And that's where we're at right now. I've got a questions, but I'm just going to throw the model back up here to see if anybody else wants to continue the conversation around that. So we have about 10 minutes left before I have to jump off.
So let's see if we have any more questions. Anybody that wants to unmute themselves or just raise your hand, and I'm going to, well, right away. So Charles, go ahead.
Riz, would you circle back around and tell me how you use the Malcolm Baldrige and how it fits into this model and how you tie that to each of those components?
Yeah, so the Malcolm Baldrige actually fits into the vision and the mission statement itself. It's like the core of it. So the conversation is, how do I sell a performance and reliability approach to senior leadership in the department? You know, how do I get them on board with employee engagement and enterprise risk management and all that? Because people fear change. And Malcolm Baldrige gave me the language to have the right conversation with senior leaders, right? Performance and reliability, organizational excellence, effectiveness, and building capacity and capabilities. So it gave me the language to have that conversation. So on a separate note, whenever someone says to me, you know, I would like to do an organizational assessment of my organization, I shoot him that assessment document from Malcolm Baldrige and said, hey, run through this, and it's a self-assessment. That's another great thing about it. It is a self-assessment tool. And so I use that to encourage people to assess their organizations from an organizational excellence lens rather than a compliance lens. So what Malcolm Baldrige does for me is shift that auditor compliance focus, which so many feds have, to a performance focus. So I use that language and I sprinkle it throughout the documents and the work that I do. So that's how it's connected. And the way it's connected in these programs is I pick these programs because they're already working and I don't have to sell a lot of federal managers and corporate leaders on it. So HPI, it's surprising a lot of feds don't know about it, but on the corporate side, they're very familiar with HPI. ISMS, both sides, because it's not only a requirement by law, but its language uses words like continuous improvement. It doesn't just say must follow safety rules. And so that's how the Malcolm Baldrige model comes into, is I take programs that exist and build them into the performance and reliability program. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, but do you use it to assess how these things are connected to hit the vision?
Yes, from a self-assessment perspective, I do run through the wickets and see how we're doing. Yeah. And
for anybody that missed it, Charles did post the link to the assessment document about an hour and 4 minutes ago. So 9:18 Central, 10:18 Eastern time, if you want to go back and look for that, or we can repost it. And Richard Cole, you're unmuted. So Richard, what is your question?
Question related to the demographics that you mentioned about the retirements. About 15 years ago, we went through that same type of discussion. HR comes to the chief nuclear officer and says, the sky's falling, everybody's going to retire next year. We just figured that out. And he said basically it hadn't hit him in the head yet. But what we started with, we started looking at the actual demographics and what was really happening. And we found out people really aren't retiring. And in fact, the trends nationally and worldwide is that people aren't retiring in as early ages as they were. So your OPM numbers, which is probably where those came from, have they looked at the real world and what the ideal is? Yes, lots of people are eligible to retire, but lots of people aren't retiring. Have you?
Yeah, so from a federal perspective, Richard, OPM started this program. It's called partial retirement, right? That you can retain somebody. So normally the way federal budgeting works is, if I leave federal service, you technically can't fill my position, maybe 30-day overlap at the most, but you technically can't fill it until I leave. Otherwise it messes up the budget cycle. So this part-time program that they offered is that you can hire you can bring in a new hire and retain that person for up to a year on a part-time status.
Okay.
For the essential, but
that was one of the things so that's what we started looking at, or what are we going to do to manage the knowledge management of that happening to get ready. So that's a lot of the same things. We did that same thing in utility, but I was just curious on the federal side, if they had that same, yes, we're building that bow wave, but it's just not there because it hasn't taken into account people aren't retiring, though federally you may have mandatory retirement ages at 64, maybe a bigger driver toward, for the federal government, for the workforce.
Yeah, if I miss somebody's question on here, just slap me upside my head and I'll go back to it. Like John asked the question, how does HRO act as a leadership lamppost? It's there's certain questions I ask myself when I make a decision, right? And HRO principles, to me, it makes sense. Like when you ask yourself, do I have a preoccupation failure, right? Am I thinking about the small failures and deviations that may have occurred in my organization? Am I showing a reluctance to simplify? Am I understanding the complexity of the issue and the implications that it could have on the backside? Am I showing sensitivity operations, right? Because if you can't operate, then what's the point of doing the work, right? So am I asking those questions? Am I showing a deference to expertise, or am I just reaching conclusions based on my own personal assumptions? So those are the kinds of things, I take into account. And how does it actually get into leadership practice and infused throughout the P&R activities? I think a lot of it is built into the training. So for example, the HPI fundamentals training actually has an HRO model in it. you know, and the performance and reliability model in it, and people are quizzed on it, and they have to demonstrate some type of level of mastery in the conversation. And so I want to add this, it has not been without its challenges, and my friend Kim can tell you, she has been my, oh my God, Kim, you're not going to believe this shit. Oh, I'm sorry, it's being recorded. I did not mean to say it. But yeah, but you get my point, right? It's, we have supported each other through many tough transitions, and I have a excellent group of friends, colleagues that I go to for when I hit a roadblock. You know, I call them my mini think tanks. People way smarter than I am that I go bounce signals off of. And Sharon asked a question: how was it kept from being flavor of the week? Just throw money at it.
Yeah,
right.
So yeah, I was going to say, because you mentioned that this model is the core of what you're doing. So you have a really consistent center, and not having a lot of money to go and buy this program, buy that program, even though you're developing it, sounds like there's a real consistency of attention and a particular frame that you're presenting over time to your employees. Yeah.
So for example, the employee engagement effort is paid for, funded, and championed by the Human Resources Department. So I go over there, I help them set it up, and it becomes operational and is theirs to own, right? I paid out of my funding for the desk reference development, but now it's, you know, captured as a best practice and it is used. The ISMS already exists. I helped to set up a community of practice and help chaining it running. Enterprise risk management, I engaged with a chief risk officer and say, you know, I think you'd be more successful, or just get their feedback as to why I don't think it's being successful. HPI I own, so I can find the funding for it. And I am really good at getting other people to help pay. And that model of asking for a little bit now and asking for a lot more next year, it works so good. And people give me the funding because I give feedback. You know, it's not money that disappears. So every year I send out an update saying, hey, this is what we've done. And I've asked for an increase. So when I started off in this effort, I got 5 different program offices to help fund it for 5 years. I said, I need you to make a 5-year commitment. And this is how much your money, and every single year I've asked for an increase. But because they're seeing a return and they can, you know, like the chief information officer gets to put on their resume, they have created a cutting edge website in the federal space no one else has.
How long has it taken for the people to really begin to own and engage in this website, like you were describing earlier, asking for things to be put on it, starting to create their own groups and stuff?
It took a good year.
Mm-hmm.
One of my greatest challenges is marketing, because we don't have a consolidated information exchange architecture or email. So I don't have visibility of email addresses at our site. So I can't shoot out, even the Secretary of Energy had asked, I want to be able to send an email to every single employee in the department, and it's just not possible. And that in itself creates a challenge. So a lot of my stuff is word of mouth. I mean, I go to different meetings and beat the drum, and that is the way to get the word out. And I think if I could get the word out sooner, it would have gotten faster. But now people are realizing that even a simple benefit of not having to receive or send out 50 emails, these communities are just loving the fact that they can just post stuff. And they have more people that show up in their meetings because they stumbled upon their forum. But, you know, we used to have a knowledge management contract with another organization. I won't say their name. The department for 20 years have been paying $500,000 a year. And when I took over the contract, they had 8 users, and 4 of their logins were expired. And no one asked the question, is anyone using this website? But that's one of the challenges in the federal space. When you're not looking for continuous improvement, things just, once they're on the budget line, they're just there and no one asks. And this website had, this money had been going to this external company for decades. And this website is costing the federal government, and I'll share with you, $60,000 a year compared to $500,000. And I have almost 800 users now. So the money argument is pretty simple there. Yeah. But I know I'm out of time. I just want to say this. I love engaging with this group of folks, and I wish I could do it every day, and I wish I could sit out here and just chit chat with you guys all day, but I know you got other things on the plate, and I just want to thank you again for the invite and let me come talk to you.
Riz, thank you so much for all the insights and for great stories and great sharing. We really appreciate that. So thank you. And we are going, so we're now going to switch to Melissa Davis from Avalara, and Melissa is going to share some insights and learnings and best practices related to things that I think we've all seen about how silos might get in the way of really good root cause analysis or corrective action programs, and ways that that we can maybe even leverage those to bring people closer together or silos closer together. So Melissa, it is great to see you and welcome.
Thank you. So today I'm coming to you from a place called Bainbridge Island. It's a small island west of Seattle. And the stories I'm going to tell you take place with a company that actually started, 3 guys in 2004, set up this company in a back bedroom on this island. It's a software company. Fast forward to 2021, we are now a publicly traded company, 3,600 or so employees, and we're all over the world. So it kind of gives you a little bit of a perspective of where I'm coming from here. All right, so I'll jump right in. So do the words corrective action, preventive action cause the people around you to scatter? Is not it the trending theme in your investigation meetings? Are stakeholders too busy to work with you on root cause after an incident? What if those involved in an incident looked forward to your root cause process? What if they viewed it as an asset to capture learnings and actually work together on some real solutions? And what if they were the ones that triggered the start of the process? What would it look like if the people in your organization asked you for root cause before things even broke? I'm Melissa Davis, and my superpower is getting people to play nice together in the sandbox. But not just any people, some of the smartest engineers, developers, product managers, and executives in the tech industry. I'm able to break through unspoken rules and cut through invisible red tape when I pull these groups together. My secret weapon, it's a 3-letter word that I use over and over again. Why? That question is the cornerstone of the Root Cause Analysis and Preventive Action Program, or RCAPA, that I developed and run for Avalara, the software company I work for. The program is resourced by me, one senior program manager, and I review on average 200 incidents or so, probably more, a year. Now, those range from emergency change request. Now, emergency change request in software is we can't get a deployment out on time. We need to slap in some code at the last minute. We look at those because they have what we call an operational impact. And I'll tell you, most of 75 to 80% of what I look at is not a plane crashing or refinery fires. It is, we had some impact here. Let's get on top of it and solve for these things before it becomes a customer impacting situation. Now, our more severe situations we look at are full-blown customer-facing outages. When our software is down, it's detrimental, of course, to our bottom line and our business, but it's really detrimental to our customers. They can't calculate sales tax. Maybe they can't even invoice out of their system. So by looking at the little things all day long, we're trying to keep them from getting into being production issues. And we'll talk about that more as I go. So 200 incidents per year, honestly more. I don't use root cause specific software, and I don't have a team of investigators. In order for my program to work, I have to have complete buy-in from all 600 engineering employees who engage with it every day. And yeah, they have to play nice with each other. So Avalara is a company where the passion is just downright contagious. We really have very engaged employees who are very innovative. They love what they do, and they can easily see the impact of their daily work on the big picture goals of the company. My goal on paper really should be to reduce incidents and prevent new ones from recurring. But my superhero goal, the one that gets me out of bed every morning, is to bring that same contagious passion into working together to solve our systemic issues. If I do that, then that first goal should become easily attainable. This program works because it isn't my program. It's our program. Have you ever had a year-end goal with metrics to reduce something and then you just watched it blow up in front of you? At the end of the first year, I wanted to be able to tell this success story that I had reduced incidents and therefore we were seeing less RCAPAs. That's not what happened. I actually had to explain why we were seeing an increase in incidents. What happened was the word had spread throughout engineering that it wasn't a scary place. And by coming through the program, you could actually get some support for some of those long-standing things you were trying to get on the roadmap. Now I had all these teams coming to the table with more incidents. It wasn't that there was an increase in incidents, but an increase in people stepping forward, fully transparent. We were shining a light in some really dark, forgotten corners. The success story I was able to tell is almost impossible to back up with data. People were talking to each other. In the first few months, I would get teams together to go through an incident, and you could tell that right in front of me was the first time they'd ever walked through it together, something that impacted both of them, totally intertwined, and here I was working through it. Then I started to see a shift where teams would get together before coming to me, and they would walk in with everything mapped out together, including solutions. So the real win that first year was we were breaking down those silos. The us against them mentality had shifted into a let's work together on this, and even better, a let's look at this stuff before it breaks. So the bottom line was when everyone bought into the program, they were more transparent and we uncovered more things. It was a good problem to have. So imagine the people you interact with looking forward to your root cause program. So what I'm going to share with you today, and I'm kind of excited about, is the 4 ingredients that I use in my program that really helped our teams come together. When they come together and worked on root cause, it mitigated our incidents, but it also broke down the walls of those silos. Those can be pretty common in a software industry, especially when we were acquiring a lot of companies at the same time. So you're bringing in all these new people, all their technology, all these tech stacks, and it has to work together. So it's getting those people out of the silos. You know, it shifted our culture into what's called in tech a fail forward fast mentality, which is we see our incidents as a learning experience. Imagine how more innovative you could be in your role if you didn't fear getting raked over the coals if your idea just didn't work out. Our employees that interact with the program, they trust that they can be fully transparent because it is a blameless process. They leave the RCAPA process knowing that their contributions and ideas are valued, that the work they do matters, but most of all, when they say that something is broken, we hear them. So how would you mitigate 200, honestly more, incidents a year without a dedicated team of investigators? So this was my dilemma when all those new incidents started to pour in and I had people lining up at my door. I had to keep myself from becoming a single point of failure. I didn't want to be the cause of more incidents. I didn't have to look far to get us the best resources to come up with real solutions. Our engineering teams, they already know our systems and our points of failure better than anybody. You can go talk to anybody with feet on the ground and find out what's really going on. So we appointed an RCAPA champion from every engineering team. They might be an engineering manager, a program manager, or just someone who stepped up to the plate that says, yeah, I'll do this. The champion role now, that's in addition to all the work they already have on their plate. They own what's called our RCAPA document, and that's really what kicks off the process. In that document, I've got they're going to capture all the details of the event, tell us about the customer impact, the timeline, severity level. I put a process workflow diagram. We talked about that this week to find out if they know their system or process and have them lay it out for us. There's the 5 why exercise right in the document, along where they can go choose what root causes, and also a solutioning section. Now, something I added in the last year, it's about 1.5 years ago, was a what went well area. It says, what went well during this incident? It's nice sometimes to look at more than the broken things. And those have driven some really great conversations about, in the middle of a fire, teams that were able to work together and things that went well. So my RCAPA champion pulls together that document, and then they come and present it at this RCAPA review meeting. Now I own that meeting and I facilitate it and I set it up. The beginning of every meeting, doesn't matter if you've been with me 10 times in the last 3 months, I will remind everybody it's not a finger pointing exercise and that everybody is invited to contribute. So we'll go through what happened, why it happened, and we'll propose mitigations. We get into the 5 whys. We always get deeper and go what I call in between the 5 whys. And in doing that, we'll surface more root causes that need more solutions. And so now the group will work together on those additional solutions. From there, we feed everything into a ticketing system where we can track the solutions and see how long they take to complete. Now that our RCAPA champion is actually responsible for driving those solutions. And this often means they'll have to go back and work with other teams that own these solutions. So the cross-team collaboration keeps happening when we walk out of that room or Zoom meeting. So we created this role to really resource the fact that I didn't get to have a root cause team. And what ended up happening was I got a group of these root cause rock stars, and they're embedded in each of the teams. Again, it's not my program, it's our program. All right, so is your root cause program an environment that's a safe place to ask questions without judgment? Again, I say at the beginning of every meeting, this is not a finger pointing exercise. Everybody in the room at this point could just repeat it along with me. But that doesn't hold any water unless I can get my leadership team to back that up. In order to get them to be fully transparent, they have to trust there are no repercussions for sharing their information or ideas. So how do I make it a safe place? Well, I'm Switzerland. I'm not associated with any of these teams. I don't have a preconceived idea of how their systems work or should work. And at the end of the day, I'm actually kind of stupid. No, really. By design, I am the least technical person in the room. There is zero chance that I'm going to look at a technical miss and say, everyone knows that. Why didn't you know how? When I ask why, what, or how, it's because I don't know the answer. I am a non-threatening neutral presence, and my questions get us beyond the, because it's always been that way. Every new hire that comes through engineering gets exposed to the program their first week or 2 on the job. They go through a training with me, what I call my favorite hour of the week, and they find out right away it's a safe place. I also invite them to review meetings as a ride along, and I encourage them to ask questions when they're there. They get to see firsthand that teams work together through issues, and they'll usually come to me afterwards and say, wow, what a breath of fresh air. A lot of these folks have been in other tech companies that had a finger pointing exercise process, and they know what that looks like. And that might be part of the reason they're no longer with those companies. Now, leadership, how do I get my leadership to back that up and keep it a safe place? So I was really clear with them in the beginning that it had to be a safe place, that discipline belonged in HR and not RCAPA. And I will tell you, where are we? We're probably close to 700 of these things so far. I have yet to see that actually happen. I've had maybe 2 incidents where I went, ooh, this could be bad. This person knew better. They went ahead and did it anyway. And each time in that 5th why, we understood it really wasn't about that person. So I actually have yet to even see any of these incidents lead to a disciplinary action because we got farther than that. And we'll cover that here today. So executive team, how do I get their support? Well, I get their trust. And I do this by keeping them up to speed and informed on what's going on, all the incidents we review in the program. And I use what I call my jump to recipe style of communication with all my executives. So imagine how busy, considering the background of this company, an engineering VP or my chief technical officer is. They really don't have time to dig through all the details of every RCAPA document. So I feed them very digestible information. Every one of these documents has an executive summary, and it tells you what happened, why it happened, and what we're doing to mitigate it. And I write it in layman's terms, and I limit it to something you can read without scrolling. At the end of each week, the executive team gets a next week in RCAPA email. And it's telling them what's coming up, what's on the calendar next week. And I put it in this easy to read table. You can just look at it on the screen. It's got a description of the incident, again, layman's terms and limited to about 2 sentences. Tells them the severity level, who the champion is, date and time of the meeting, that's really important. And I try to make it easy on the eyes, something they can read quickly. They actually come back to me a lot after this email, and it tells me that they read it. They'll have questions, or they'll say, hey, add me to that meeting if I'm not already in it. I also present at their weekly leadership meeting, and they're all surface systemic issues and trends that need their attention. So just by keeping them informed and up to date as concisely as I can, it allows them to focus on solving for systemic issues. So now we can focus on why something is broken and not who broke it. So what I'm really doing here is I'm just being concise in what I provide to the leadership team. So think about the last time that you communicated with an executive team. Is there something you could have done to just be even more concise? Have you ever been to a meeting where one team is talking about another team that it was impacted, but no one invited that other team? I don't get very far when I'm trying to mitigate a one-sided conversation. So getting the right people in these conversations and these meetings is absolutely critical. So I asked the champions to get me a list of who should be in that RCAPA review meeting, and I offer them guidance. It's right there in the document. You know, bring in who was involved in the incident, who helped you put the fire out, who ran into the fire. That person is pretty important. They also needed to consider teams from any downstream teams. Who did they impact? If something happened, was there a downstream internal team that was impacted? Or was there an upstream team that made a change that they don't even know they did? We need to bring them in too. I encourage them to consider who needs to collaborate with solutions. Are there teams that maybe had a similar incident that they've already solved for it? Is there a team that has a component of your proposed solution? Again, we're tightly intertwined here, but we don't always know it. Solutioning might need product managers, program managers, people that just weren't there at 3 in the morning when this thing was happening. And I add a small group of what I call optional attendees, and those might have cross-team services as our emergency operations team and global architecture team. That could be a lot of people. So in a world of too many meetings, how do I get them to show up? This is the hardest part of my job. And I'll tell you, being remote, it's been nice not to also have to manage conference rooms for the last year. So I have to coordinate time zones, across the world, and to try to find open spots on calendars. And often they look like the one here on the slide. And someone in that group is going to have to prioritize my meeting over another. So I found a couple of things that help me ensure the audience of my required stakeholders. I tend to think of these as common sense, but the meeting invites I get all day tell me it's not that common. So have you ever received a meeting invite and it's got a Zoom link in it? Then that's it. No indication to what the meeting's about. The title doesn't really even tell you. Did you want to go to that meeting? So every meeting invite I send out has right in the body the link to the document. So you can go review that ahead of the time. Then it has 1 to 2, really try to be no more than 2 sentences as to what we'll be reviewing. The title of each of those meetings starts with a severity level. So my VPs of the teams involved have to attend the Sev 1s and Sev 2s. And this helps them flag their calendars. They'll actually tell me like, oh, I turned it red, I'll be there. Those higher severity levels, like a severity level 1, that's a full outage. They'll almost always have a follow-up meeting. These are bigger incidents we're working. Those meetings have an agenda. And if you're on the agenda, if you have an action item, I will call you out specifically. There's nothing like seeing your name in a meeting invite to get your attention. Little tip here, if you really want to know who reads your meeting invites, get the details wrong. I've done it a few times completely unintentionally, and the responses I received correcting my information let me know who was paying attention. I also get far better attendance in those meetings, which is a strange thing, but that's a trick you can hide in your back pocket. Just setting up the right environment and having the right people at the table leads us to comfortable collaboration. All right, how many of you have seen the magic of collaboration that starts to happen when you start walking through the 5 whys? We all know there's other tools out there, but my root cause of choice is the 5 whys. I can teach it to anyone. It translates across all products, industries, and services. And I use it for more than root cause. It's actually a really good diagnostic tool. When I get that RCAPA document and I take a quick scan of the 5 whys, I can tell exactly where one of my teams is at in the process. If they've stopped at the 2nd or 3rd why, and they'll actually delete my 4th, 5th why, they haven't bought into the process yet. I've got some work to do. If they've filled out all 5, we've got a good starting place. If I get a 5 whys that has an A, B, and C for each why, I need to go check the calendar because things are about to get real. These 5 whys, they seem really simple until somebody really intelligent tries to use it for the first time. I have engineers tell me that this is the hardest part of the process for them. So in this example, we're going to say we're looking at a software bug, and the software bug made its way into a customer-facing development or test environment. So in the beginning of the 5 whys, I actually asked them, what was the last bad thing that happened? My goal here is to kind of break through their engineering speak and bring the customer on the same page with us. So I'll get an answer like XYZ software was throwing 500 errors. And when I poke around a little bit, the last bad thing is that those customers weren't able to run test invoices in that environment. Okay, now we've got the customer in the room with us. So then our first why is, okay, XYZ system was throwing some errors. Second why is always going to be a super technical description of the software bug. They're going to jump in the 3rd why every time to why we didn't catch the bug, that the bug wasn't caught in testing. 4th why will tell us why it wasn't caught in testing, and the 5th why will typically be a larger issue around testing as a whole. Might be manual testing, rarely touch piece of code, but it'll point back to testing issues. This is where I come in, and I get to flex my superpower. Remember, I'm going to ask the stupid questions. When I moved into the engineering team, I quickly realized every time I would be the least technical person in the room. And what I thought was my greatest weakness actually become my greatest strength. No one asked when I, the non-developer, non-engineer, asked the simple, almost obvious question. And I get to break these unspoken rules of things we don't talk about, like software bugs. So I point back to the 2nd why. And I ask, and I remind everybody, it's not a finger pointing exercise. And to get through that, sometimes I'll even tell them, hey, I saw this same thing, very similar last week. I need your help in solving it. One thing I find with these teams is, especially if they come in a bit siloed, they think it only happened to them or that it's just not a big deal. But actually, I see these same things over and over again, and I share that with them. Hey, I saw X number of these in the last however many months. I need your help getting down to why we're seeing an increase in this. That right away kind of diffuses them. So why was there a software bug? How did it get there? Now the magic starts to happen and the details come out to surface. And when I find out what exactly was going on at the time that that code was written, could have been a manual copy and paste error where they were copying something over and forgot to add the extra text that needed to be added in. Maybe the folders they were working on looked absolutely identical and they just got mixed up for a moment. Maybe every other place in the software wanted ABC in lowercase, and this one piece of code that we hardly ever touch needed it in uppercase. So once we have those whys about the software bug, we can now solve for the testing issues, but also what was happening at the time the code was written. I understand that bugs happen and they should be caught in testing, but our goal has to be to reduce their occurrence. In order to do that, I've got to know why they were introduced in the first place. So the more teams that go through that with me, the better they get at coming into these meetings with that already laid out. That's how I get to a, why 1A, 1B, 1C. The first set of whys will talk about why the bug was released. The second will talk about why we didn't catch it in testing. And the third might talk about code review or monitoring and alerting. So have you ever uncovered something completely unexpected when you ask just one more why. Okay, so now I'll have a team that'll come in, one of those teams, and they'll stop at the second or third why. They'll typically add their last why with human error. I even have people walk in the room and they go, I can just save you time here. It was me, I did it. No, I never accept human error as the last why. Every human is prone to errors. The why I need to understand is, why were you able to make this mistake? We must strive for making doing the right thing easier than doing the wrong thing. I learned this my second day in the RCAPA program. We had this situation where multiple issues were happening and developers were putting code in the wrong location. So they were putting it in the wrong location. So we're walking into this meeting, and this had happened a few times. And there was already a bit of a bias in the group coming into the conference room. And I actually heard someone say, this is developer 101. Do they need more training or something? But this issue had even occurred with seasoned developers. This was not a training issue. So as we're walking through this particular issue, the developer's boss said, you guys, it was a radio button. Anyone could have missed this. You have to move it from 123 location to ABC location before hitting save. And we were like, wait, why would the default be 123? We all know we want it in ABC. Well, it turned out we were using the hosted version of the software instead of the enterprise version. We had made it difficult to do the right thing. And prior to the conversation, everyone had just stopped at human error. Within 6 weeks, we had fully migrated onto the enterprise version of the software, and we've never seen that same issue again. Now, imagine the moment in that example when we hit the fifth why. Isn't your next question, well, why do you have the hosted version of the software and not the enterprise? The answer almost always points back to a business decision made by leadership. Now, remember, we are a very fast-growing company. It's not uncommon that we might have a tool that doesn't fit our needs anymore. But that moment can cause some real discomfort in the room because most employees don't feel like they have any control over these decisions. I call discoveries like these elephants. And it's a good day in the RCAPA program when the fifth why or later has uncovered an elephant. So in this example, we took this information to our leadership team, and our CTO, Chief Technical Officer, he led the charge to get that hosted software migrated to the enterprise version. And by going through an exercise like this, everyone involved learns that things don't have to stay the same just because they've always been that way. When the transparency in the RCAPA process uncovers an elephant, apologize, I have the garbage truck outside. So we uncover an elephant like this and it gets the attention it needs. It doesn't get swept back under the rug. Every employee in the process starts to see that they have the ability to make a positive impact, and that when they bring something like this up, we hear them. So my challenge for each of you would be to welcome the elephants into your program and then have a plan to get them the attention they need before, when they show up. How do you react when someone cuts you off in traffic and they don't use a turn signal? Does it feel like they did it just to irritate you? There's an odd reaction in the human makeup when we assume that when other people inconvenience us, they're doing it on purpose. We take things personally that was never the intent of the other party. When my family leaves dirty dishes on the counter instead of putting them in the dishwasher, and I'm telling you, there's a pile down there right now, my first reaction is they just did it to irritate me. That assumption is worsened when we work in silos, staying within the walls of our own product or team and never reaching out to check on that assumption. When I get past my anger and I finally ask about those dishes, every time I get told, oh, I forgot, it was never about me. So one of my favorite cross-team collaboration tools is my proactive action RCAPA. I offer to use it when something isn't broken yet and we want to get ahead of it. The root cause of these is almost always a communication breakdown. One team made a change and it wasn't well communicated downstream. They forgot to use their turn signal. So the downstream team has to slam on their brakes to avoid a conflict or crash with this new change. They may have to scramble to get their code, changed, or even have a delay in their deployment. Now they get through that and a month goes and here comes another change with no turn signal. They have to slam the brakes on again. What is it with that other team? Why do they keep doing this to us? Those two teams now can come together through the RCAPA process that we use for incidents. Using the same 5 whys, we almost always find out that that upstream team was completely unaware of the whiplash that the downstream team had experienced to accommodate their change. In that moment, especially when we start going through those pain points and we get to the, oh, I had no idea, those silos come down and those teams work together on solutions. The conversations have actually led to automation, improvements in change management, and improved communication. Now that the teams understand why they're intertwined, they continue to work together outside the RCAPA process. And often I don't see them as, they don't come in front of me as often because they're working it out before it breaks. So I'd ask you to consider, do you have areas in your root cause process that you can run this same process before things break?
Hey, Melissa.
Yeah.
Somebody sent me a question just about the approximate percentage of those positive deviants, things that go through the program versus the reactive or negative deviants, if you will.
Yeah, that's interesting because I would say, I think right now what I call those severity level 4, they're still pretty low. They're below 10% of what we see. We do work through a lot of those issues in severity level 3. Now, half of what I see in SEV3 is no customer or very little, maybe one customer impact, but it's got operational impact. In that are emergency change requests. Our team that deploys software at the beginning of this program says, the VP said, I want RCAPA for every emergency change request. Now, his thought was, he had some teams that were using that process. This is a deployment that's not on the calendar. They were using it as just part of their deployment process and he wanted to get ahead of it. I love that he did that because what it did was it brought me a lot of these non-impactful, low-level things to work through. And teams in the beginning would be like, it was an ECR, it was a 5-minute code change. Why am I here? And within that process, we'd find a process failure, an area we could improve the way we did the code, an area where we could improve change management. We would find all these little things to fix. And by knocking them out there, they didn't leak into production issues. I've done emergency change requests on these lower environments and I'll get a little pushback in the beginning, but once the team's gone through it, they're like, oh, yeah, okay, I get it now. So while I feel like the preventive action are only, like I said, under 10%, if I threw in the emergency change request, it probably gets us closer to, 30% of what we look at.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So solutions. The best people that help us solve our systemic issues are those that deal with them every day. My teams with feet on the ground know our systems better than anyone, and most likely knew within minutes of an incident what could have prevented it. If only we'd have the enterprise version of that software for the radio button issue. So the open forum and safe place I lay out for the 5 whys also apply to solutioning. In the trainings, I teach all the teams to solve for the 5th why in order to knock out the earlier whys. But our systems are really complex, they're very intertwined, and our whys can go totally sideways at times. Our solutions for one incident might include a code fix, monitoring improvements, added testing, and process improvements. And we may have uncovered an elephant that we have to go find a large initiative to solve for. Again, this is Switzerland. So I want to get to the best possible, I want to get all the best possible solutions on the table before I weigh the pros and cons. No one should have to fight to get their solution heard. If someone's sitting on if only we did it this way, burning solution, I want them to speak up. So who should propose solutions? Anyone that has one. And we won't be able to get to and resource every idea, and each solution will have to go through vetting and approval. But I can't vet a solution if no one brings it up. So if we hit a wall, and this happens sometimes, and no one is speaking up how to solve for something, I'll pull out my superpower again, and I'm going to ask one of those obvious questions. If you had to do this over again tomorrow, what would you do differently? That definitely creates a pause, and then the information starts to flow. The solutions that come out of those conversations have a high level of ownership. Can you imagine if you were working on a solution that you brought to the table and it was supported by everyone in the room around you and your leadership team? You brought this thing in, it got support. Now you get to go work on it. That solution has a far better chance of seeing the light of day than one that doesn't have buy-in from those doing the work. If we just hand something down and say, do it this way, it doesn't have as much buy-in when somebody brought it to us and said, what if we do this? So our company, every quarter and every year, already has their product roadmap laid out. We do this 90-day planning where our product and engineering teams work together on what will be completed each quarter. It's full. Now enter me, Melissa, with a big old pile of RCAPA solutions. Hey guys, we got to go do this stuff. Most of that stuff is not on the roadmap yet. So how do I get it prioritized? Well, I learned early on that if I wanted something done, I had to meet people where they were already at. I had to use the same systems we use to get everything else on that roadmap. So all these solutions, even process solutions, you tell me you're going to go write document, you're going to update a run book, you get a ticket and you'll create your own ticket. So I use the same ticketing solutions that everyone in engineering uses to track their work. Jira. Jira tickets are already surfaced in multiple dashboards and reports. They're included in sprint cycles and quarterly planning. Our developers, engineers, and product and program managers manage their day-to-day work off these tickets. So it only made sense that all the stuff we come up with also goes there. Now, our action item tickets, so we're sitting in the meeting, we come up with the solutions. Those are actually linked back to this overarching ticket that I create, the RCAPA ticket. My RCAPA champion is assigned that ticket, and they are ultimately responsible for driving down those linked tickets, even if they're owned by a different team. So again, RCAPA champion is going to have to keep collaborating and working with the other teams involved in the incident. Now, our highest severity level, an outage, a Sev1 outage, we'll have these solution status meetings. So we'll keep the program focused on those, and we'll get back together to get updates on the solutions in flight. And then we hold these closure meetings. So we say, this one will be done by June 30th. We need to get back together on or around that date to confirm that we've completed all the solutions and that it's fully mitigated. If we're not completed and we have action items at risk of not meeting the date, we want to work through roadblocks to get it back on track. Now, if the date has to get moved out, we have on record that we're accepting the risk. So that's really important why we're getting back together and why I have all this documented. Some of our larger solutions can be tied to multiple incidents. So we might have a technology uplift for a piece of what we call legacy architecture. We're replacing it with something new, but it's going to be a while. We might have automated integration testing or some big initiative. So now it's tied to multiple events. By tracking it in this ticket system, when we get back into 90-day planning, we're able to see that, hey, this either has a Sev1 tied to it or multiple incidents. So it should absolutely get higher consideration before you just kick it into a future roadmap. So something to think about is how do you drive the, we come up with these great solutions, but then how do we drive the priority of getting them done? Have you ever worked an incident that you were the only one in the group that was surprised by it? We had a major incident my first few months of the RCAPA program. Like, I can tell you the date and the exact time this thing happened. That's how much I remember it. This one got my attention because it impacted a really large group of customers. And after it happened, several different people approached me and said, that thing? Yeah, that happens every few years. What? I dug around in a few different documentation systems, and sure enough, it happened before. And I found multiple postmortems that spelled out the same root cause and had some really good solutions laid out. So why had it happened again? The postmortems were kept completely in the confines of the teams that own them. The information was never shared out. Several of the solutions were owned by people who'd moved on to other teams or who were no longer with the company. These great ideas never saw the light of day. So now we have a systemic issue that wasn't addressed, and the incident would continue to occur every few years. So I had to make sure in the RCAPA program that I was capturing critical information from each RCAPA and surfacing it somewhere where it would be accessible to everyone in engineering. So using that same ticketing system that everyone else used, I added just a few custom fields, and I was able to surface information to dashboards for various audiences. That ticket description is actually that executive summary I use. And when I write what happened, why it happened, and what we're doing about it, I ask myself every time, can I explain this to my mother? If the answer is no, I need to go back and ask some questions. Now, we're a technology company, and this program lives in engineering. Why do I break it down into layman's terms? And that's so if anyone interacting with the data can learn from it. The more clear the language, and the better it will translate across all of our products, teams, and business leaders. There's times where customer-facing teams need access to this information. So this served me really well recently. I had this big project where I had to surface several theme-based findings to our product team. I was able to go into the system and search on very specific parameters and pull bullet points from those executive summaries. It saved me hours of time. And I was incredibly appreciative to Melissa from 2 years ago, who took the time to simplify all that information for me. So we've also recently started to share out our RCAPA findings in these weekly emails, and they go out to the entire engineering department. It gives them a heads up and a gotchas of things that have tripped up other teams, things they might want to look for in their own systems and processes. Again, we're sharing our learning so that they don't get stuck in those silos. We don't have those repeats of information or repeats of incidents like that one we had. So our goal here is to make the learnings accessible to everyone and surface those systemic issues so our leadership team can solve for them. So I'd ask you to think about, do you have an internal area where you can share your learnings across the company?
Hey, Melissa.
Yeah.
Sorry, another question. And just if you have a rough feel for how many of those learnings are adopted or leveraged.
Yeah, I don't. That would be an interesting thing to try to measure.
It's a tough one to measure, but it's an interesting one.
Most things in my program I'm finding are challenged to measure, and that's sort of on the goals. I was okay, now how do I go measure this? I will tell you one thing that's working really well is I talked earlier about those overarching teams that I invite to that RCAPA review meeting. And one of those is the global architecture team. And there's a contact there that really owns quality. That's their job. And that person and she'll either attend some of my meetings, but she and I get together on a regular basis for quality control. And she's really looking at, what are the big things we need to go after? So we had an issue where we were just seeing an increase of things we were missing in code review. So a big initiative she's working on right now are improvements in code review. But I'm able to go in and surface to her, oh, here's every incident I have where that was an issue. So anytime I get one of those, boy, this is trending, I have areas in the company I can take it to and get it attention. And then we can go tackle it, not just in the individual teams, but the entire engineering department as a whole. And it's been really nice to have that data. There's nothing like having a hunch. I think I see this happening, and within a short period of time, go have the data to back it up. And I've also always found when I communicate to executives, walking in with a story or a hunch is great, but if I want to get some traction, I'd better have data to back that up. So that's a big part of why I track everything in Jira. It's a little bit manual for me at this time. I need to find ways to automate it, but there's nothing like being able to go in and very quickly going, these are all the root causes. These are all the RCAPAs that had this and that and the other thing. And we're really looking forward to getting more, more resources around that. And as we have more things to feed into it, what we can find.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so in my attempt to create a root cause program to reduce incidents, I ended up with a medium that actually brought teams together to identify their dependencies and collaborate on solutions for solving for some of our biggest systemic issues. I You know, root cause was the goal here, but we actually ended up breaking down some silos. My success wasn't in reducing those incidents, but getting the teams to work together. By asking the obvious questions, we uncovered a few elephants, and we were able to get leadership to support and prioritize our solutions. We continue to share learnings across all of our teams, so we never have to say, oh, that thing, yeah, it happens. The program is driven by those with feet on the ground, and this group of champions who have become rock stars who've stepped up and taken ownership. The success of the program isn't mine, it's ours. So I encourage all of you to consider that your root cause program can be less transactional and more transformational. You can shift your culture through these programs. My superpower, it's really just empowering other people by providing them with a safe environment to do their best work without fear. That's what I got.
Awesome. Thank you. And let's pause, see if anybody has any insights or any questions or anything that they would like to share about what they've heard. So let's just wait for a volunteer if anybody wants to jump in. And Daniel, what do you think?
Hey, this is so right up my alley. I'm an engineer by education and most of my career, and now I'm an HPI program lead. And one of the things that I've been challenged with in my HPI education has been that root cause analysis is now looked at as being too linear thinking. That is, it's just too one-to-one, and that you need to go beyond that. I'm having a hard time releasing myself from root cause analysis with programs like Fishbone, Ishikawa, and the 5 Whys, but I'd love to hear Melissa's commentary on that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, 5 Whys was just something I could do. You know, we walked in, I honestly developed this program without a root cause background. I'm a senior program manager, so I have this program management background, and it was like, here it is. And I took trainings and did as much Googling as I could and went, all right, simple is what I have to do. And yeah, I've looked at all the other tools. This is one that everybody can do. And I'm still amazed at how difficult it is. I've got one coming my way right now, and I spent part of yesterday, you know, no, I need you to go back and put in that they had actually deleted the 4th and 5th why. Like, no, there's more here. And I'll coach them and push a little harder on it. What I find fascinating about the 5 Whys, though, is once teams have done it enough times, they'll use it outside our Kappa. I've got one of those, what I call a rock star team out there, and I compliment them. They came in one time and their RCAPAs are just so nicely written and they present them really well. And I said, what do you do? What do you do that's different than anybody else? Because I want whatever you're doing, I want the other teams to do it. And they go, oh, yeah, we use our Kappa outside of when we don't have to come to you. We have things that we don't need our Kappa for because it didn't need an ECR, but our team just gets together and we run your process around it. Wow. Okay. That's huge. So to me, I can do that with the 5 Whys. I don't know that I can get other teams to adopt some of the other tools that way.
Thank you. And Alan Schmaltz, who you look really comfortable on your patio. I'm a little bit jealous. Your hand is up. What do you think?
I think we don't get enough nice weather in Minnesota. So that's, you know, you can say what you want, but next time we have a conference in January, I won't be on my patio. I really like, Melissa, I like the fact that, so I kind of had a similar, the last gentleman that spoke up, I have a similar reaction when I hear 5 Why and root cause, because I help out with learning teams and I've never been formally trained on root cause or on 5 Why. And I know that that's our default pre-hop in our organization. Our default was root cause and 5 Why, and it was always really to find where we need to assign blame and where in the timeline things went wrong. And I really appreciate your approach. You're not calling it learning teams, but you're using 5 Why and root cause in a learning team fashion, and it's really, really refreshing and exciting to me. that you're getting really engineer-minded, technical people to not assign blame and to really think through from a systems approach, and it's really refreshing. And I'm going to have some people reach out to you. So.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing about my developers and my engineers. They are some of the best in the industry, and they're very, very passionate about what they do. And I learned that early on. That big incident that I talked about that we'd had a repeat of, oh my goodness, there was some emotion around that conference room table that day. And I realized it was because several people had ignored a communication that said, you got to update this thing. And they were really, nobody needed to point the finger at them. They were doing it to themselves. And that's happened multiple times. That example of we were putting things in the wrong place, and it turned out we had the wrong tool for them. We had made doing the right thing hard and the wrong thing easy. When I can get the 5th or 10th or whatever why it takes to get there, wow, what a shift when people go, oh yeah, I could have done better, but wow, maybe it's not me. Or so when they see that enough times, boy, they're come to the program. Hey, I want to work through this with you. And how do we support them?
I don't know if anybody else can relate to this, but what we do, I'm in a refinery, just a single site oil refinery. And what we do is we do a learning team. And then when we report to whoever we have to report, when we put it into our documentation, then we feed the learning team information into a root cause or into a 5 why format, because that's how we have to report it. So it would be really cool to get that mindset into the front end of a 5 why or a root cause, because learning team facilitation has become this thing that only this niche group of certain people can do. But all the engineers are fine with doing a root cause or a 5 why, but they're like scared of this learning team thing that a couple of guys do really well with flip charts, and it looks like a crazy mess that they can't handle.
Yeah. Again, that's why it's simple. I had to make it simple so everyone could do it and would adopt it. That was one of mine. Still, sometimes a concern I have is I cannot be a single point, and we call it single point of failure or single point of success, when one person is the only one that can do that thing.
Yeah, I like that positive deviance look at that. Positive point of success. Well done. And Greg Staska, you're unmuted. Greg, what do you think?
Hey, just to let you know, I work with Melissa every day, and I think the conversation here I just wanted to add to is starting simple was really how we drove, and Melissa drove the engagement across the engineering groups. And so in some instances, when we get to one of those elephants that is a really complex solution that needs to be designed and put in place, they will go and use some of the more advanced tools to help them guide them through developing a very solid solution. But starting simple, and why, any parent is very experienced at attempting to answer the why question. And so I just encourage people, as you've talked, to latch onto that. Start simple, get engagement, and then introduce, if needed, more complexity or more advanced tools. And also, Melissa talked about her particular role in not trying to be the smartest person in the room makes everybody comfortable when you ask an obvious question, because it's not obvious to us. And so trying to get out of the engineering speak into layman's term, again, is that simplicity that makes the conversation less threatening. And so start simple, keep the conversation in layman's terms, and then when you actually design and implement the solution, go into those other tools or go into that more complex environment if you need to.
Thank you for that build, Greg. And it sort of relates to a question I got in the chat box about, Melissa, have you ever had pushback from root cause experts that a 5 why isn't enough to do a proper root cause analysis?
Well, not yet. I think I've heard it on the outskirts about a day before this conference. Before knowing I was giving this presentation, I popped into LinkedIn and I heard somebody in there was like, if I hear one more 5 why, and I was like, I just don't need to read that right now. So, and until I have it become we couldn't get there because we needed something more than the 5 whys, has yet to happen. Sometimes the issue is we stopped at 5 and we didn't go deeper. And it's taken me a little bit of time. Early on, when the engineers would do their engineering speak, I'd kind of accept a little bit of what they said, and then I would have to go back. The other thing that happened probably my first 2 weeks, now keep in mind, I've been with this company for 10.5 years. I was new to the company. I thought I knew everything there was to know about everything. I moved into engineering, and I saw how the sausage was made, and I realized I didn't know anything about anything. And so I'd be in these big meetings and we'd be working through a technical issue, and I would hold on to the stupid question. And we'd go through the whys, but I'd have questions about particular things that didn't make sense to me. I had a handful of database guys and engineers that I could just kind of talk to. And we'd walk out of the room and I'd say, can I ask you a question? And there was one guy in particular, and I'd ask him, what is this and how did this work and why didn't this do that? And he'd look at me, and every time until I quit doing it, he'd say, gosh, Melissa, that was a good question. I really wished you'd asked it in the meeting. So then I just started asking the questions in the meeting, and boy, what a shift. But I'll never forget him saying that to me, because he, to me, was really smart and knew everything about everything with all these technical stuff. And every time it'd be a question that he's like, we should have covered that. That would have been great. So it's, probably about 3 times of him doing that, I was like, all right, just ask those questions. And I've never gotten pushback. I've never had somebody really intelligent go, why don't you know that? They go, yeah. And especially with the software bug example, engineers, because that is a place you can finger point easily. A software bug is, I put in an extra exclamation point, an extra line break. I didn't add something. It is somebody typed something wrong in a line of code, and then we didn't catch it. So they never quite want to go to what I typed wrong. They want to jump over to why we didn't catch it. And every time I bring them back to what really happened here. And boy, the stories I get, there's things we can do there. We can make it easier for them to get the code correct, or for us to at least catch it on review. And I'm amazed at how often I had to get past the fear of, this is going to seem finger pointing. And so I just say, hey, not blame, but I saw this last week, looked very similar to this. What do we need to do to help you with this? Well, actually, I had a team recently that said we were in a real rush to get this thing out. We had some things thrown at us at the deadline at the last minute. Our whole team was working from 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. You know what, Melissa, this could have been a lot worse. And we are doing a full retrospective later next month to really break that one down. We're going to have if you had to do this over again, what could we have done better with multiple teams, so that we don't get a project that we're trying to cram things in at the last minute. But I had to get that group to that point that they were willing to share that with me. Their 5 whys said nothing about timelines, deadlines. 3 of us work until 10 o'clock at night. We're in the UK. The rest of the team was in Seattle. That made it really difficult to coordinate. Like, there was nothing in the 5 whys about that until I started poking. And I'll often go back and either have them do it, or I'll go into that RCAPA document and I'll add that additional information because I don't want to lose those learnings. But I'm amazed at how often the 5 whys that we walk in the room with are not how much more information we get. And it's typically in between the lines.
Thank you. And we have a couple more questions in the chat box, but I'm going to try to bring some people in to ask those questions. Dan asked an interesting one. So Dan Hammer, if you want to unmute yourself and ask that question. It's an interesting one, Melissa, I think, and it might be for you, and it might be for a lot of other people in the group about how they approach this. So Dan, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Dean.
Thank you.
Hey, Melissa. I just had a question. I really loved what you talked about today. You brought up some great points. In one moment, you said that human error should not be the 5th why, because obviously there's reason why that error occurred. And so I just liken that, because I've seen in some of our meetings where they say funding. It boils down to the 5th why is funding. It's a funding issue. What are your thoughts on that? Would you accept that, or would you want them to dive further into that, the funding issue?
Yeah, no, I get resourcing all the time. I don't have the resources for this, and I can't accept that. As much as I'd love to accept that, we would just, every single incident, that would be the root cause. Resourcing, we don't have the resources. That's all I would hear all day, and I'd just be going to leadership going, we need more money, we need more people. So no, I don't accept that. And I try to drive them to, how can we solve for this right now? Now, there have been times that things that we surfaced in the program meant we had to go do resourcing, or we had to go do more funding. Or if resourcing and funding is the issue, I at least have on record with leadership, we are accepting the risk. Leadership, by not resourcing this, by not funding it, you are accepting this risk. And here, my goal that I want to get to with this is to be able to say, by not stepping up and doing this, you are putting yourself at risk for X number of incidents next year, and they will cost you this much. Now, the cost of going and doing this is this. Here you go. So at that point, my job is to bring those things to leadership, let them make that business decision. And it'll be better when I can get to some of that, financial data. But no, with the teams I work with, I don't even have lack of resources. I actually give them a list of root causes they can choose. We can certainly add more, but the list we're working with has been serving us. Never put lack of resources there, because that's all I'd hear about all day. So I push them to go farther and really get into what can we do now? And sometimes that brings me back to if you had to do it over again, how would you do it? Like, how would you do it differently? And one of those I had recently was, we were pushing out a major infrastructure change with a same deployment that had features and fixes in it. If I had to do it over again, I would have separated those out. And they even said at the end of the day, the features and fixes could have waited. So just giving them that perspective, sometimes they think they don't have control, where they actually could go back to their leadership team and say, if you have me do features and fixes at the same time of a major infrastructure change, we're increasing risk. So what would you like me to do? And often the leadership team just needs to hear that. They just need that surface to them. And this program's given the feet on the ground that voice and the opportunity to go back to leadership and say, okay, let me help you make a business decision.
Great. Hey, thanks, Melissa, though. That makes a ton of sense. Great insights. I'll try to put them at use, and we'll see how it works out. I'll let you know next time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Dan. And we have one more, so I'm gonna let's Kimbel, if you would like to unmute yourself and ask that question, would love to hear you.
Sure, Dean, thank you.
Thank you.
My question relates to the culpability model. One thing that I've done differently with our company is actually put the culpability in the hands of management to understand what that means and how our system views can set up, or our systems can set up the worker to have these issues, events, things like this. And I was wondering if you have used any culpability models, and if it's helping with the 5 whys in your explanation.
Yeah, I don't know that I've anything formal, but one thing that has happened in doing this, and I didn't have this, we were talking yesterday about the need for that kind of structural workflow, some sort of diagram of the systems. Early in the program, we didn't have that. And more we had to start pulling that apart. I was amazed at how many teams weren't able to bring that in. They weren't able to show me how their systems work. But once we started getting that information, we now understood areas where we were things were set up to break, or things were set up that weren't very efficient. And just getting the teams to bring that to the table. And then also finding out who couldn't do it, who didn't have an architectural diagram, who didn't fully understand how their system worked. And so going back, the other thing we're doing as a result, one of the issues that always comes up is what we call a missed interdependency. The team over here made a change, and this other team was completely impacted. And this team didn't know that team was going to be impacted. So now we're going in, and we have that global architecture team is actually working team by team, product by product, and internal tools to map out dependencies. And it's in this system called LeanIX. And when you click on the map, it's a little shocking to see just how it's a big old ball of twine, which I fully expected, but it's a little shocking. And that will give us a lot of we can now go in. What my goal was, and what I put out there, and what they're doing is, I'm product, and I want to go make this change here or add a feature. Where can I go see when I add that code or have engineering make that change? what it's going to touch. What other systems is that going to touch? Because we'll often find we have this flagship product that other products can write to and pull data and information from. We don't always know, though, that, oh, this one little rarely used field that nobody really knows about, this guy way down here wrote an API to it. And so it's like, we need to surface all that stuff. So if we change that thing, and we've had this happen, the guy 3 teams over here isn't getting hammered because of it.
One of the good things about the culpability tree, one of the key components that I've shared with managers and had some really good success and feedback from them, is understanding the substitution piece of that, and actually learning from them that substitution piece, that this is a mistake that can be made by others, and it's become part of a work habit, if you will. Maybe not the right behaviors we want, but it opens eyes to management to understand maybe we drove some of those behaviors and we need to look at the behaviors themselves to make the changes. So instead of just using it on reactive side just for events or issues, we also use it on the proactive side in a near miss situation, just using it for a situation like that to say, well, why did this happen? And dig a little deeper, like you're going with the 5 whys, dig deeper into, well, maybe we've established these bad practices, if you will, over a period of time, and we need to make some adjustments. So I've seen some good wins with that culpability model. We used the Andy Hobbs model that he had created, I want to say maybe 10 years ago. And his model, he had done a research paper on it and taken many, including James Reason, which probably was the original one we started with, and made it more user-friendly for people to be able to use and see where a human, we were just very focused on placing blame with the human in that event versus looking at it more holistically. So I just was curious if you had considered.
No, but thank you. I just wrote that down because I'm absolutely going to look into it. One of the challenges I run into with that conversation is, software company, we have so many things that we need to get out. We're very much driven by product, which is driven by sales and then shareholders. So one thing that drives behavior is timelines. And I'm continually running into, how do you handle the timelines? The other thing that we have is our flagship product is sales tax software. Jurisdictions, especially during COVID, are really horrible about these last minute changes. Oh, hey, it's June 24th. So July 1st, this thing's now not going to be taxable anymore. The work we have to do in our systems to accommodate for that are unreal. And so when those things go wrong, the team is like, hey, jurisdiction, and that's a tough one to solve for. So you have to be ready to be reactive. So maybe I can't go fix the state of Alabama, but we can be in a better position. So when they do that, one of the things we're looking at for those systems is CI/CD, continuous improvement, continuous delivery. So we can deploy a change on a moment's notice. Or how do we do a better job of pulling content into the system so the next time a state says, yeah, no tax today, our customers, and that's what our customers who buy our software, that's why they buy it, so that they don't have to track all those one-off changes, that our software is just going to do it for them. But boy, when you see the back end of what that really looks like, I'm blown away at what our people do.
Yeah, good discussion on that. Thank you. And Jason Simpson, you're unmuted. So Jason, what do you want to add here or ask? Oh, Jason Simpson, maybe we lost you there. So Tanya, what are your thoughts?
So Melissa, just yesterday, I had given a talk on making sure that you expose yourself to subjects that you don't like. I'm not sure if I haven't been on LinkedIn recently, but I could easily have written that LinkedIn post to which you referred, get rid of the 5 whys. I was cued. I found all my literature of saying, showing that why is a poor question to ask. And, but I listened to your presentation, and similar to Alan, you're not doing it the same way as a lot of the instruction manuals instruct. You know, you're more of a thinker going the 5 linear path, able to see the connections between concepts, and you're not following the playbook the way that I have understood it to be written. So I just wanted to thank you for your presentation, because I mean, I'm not entirely sure if I hadn't stayed, I would have realized how much more aligned you are in the way that I would love to see investigations done than what your title suggested.
Thank you. I needed to hear that. So I'm going to let you guys in on a secret. The reason for that is I didn't follow or look at the playbook. I came at this very non-academic. I was asked to start a program in a company that had never had a root cause program that was desperate for it. My mentor at the time, the person that hired me, taught me how to ask the stupid question. She blew me away at how many times she'd walk in and do that, and nothing bad happened to her. And I was like, oh, I can do that. And then I just went from there. I was blessed with an amazing group of employees and engineers who trusted me right away. When I showed up on their floor in our building, they were just like, oh, thank God you're here. We need you so bad. So yeah, part of the reason that worked out was I didn't attack this program academically. I am a people first person. That is really at the end of the day what I want to do. And I'm glad to hear you say that, because what I'm wanting to do next step is go to conferences that are not root cause based, that are, you know, more tech based, and go in and spread this message. And at the end of the day, my message is your root cause program could be less transactional and more transformational. And here's how you could do that.
Thank you. And Greg, you're unmuted again. Greg, what do you think? What do you want to add here?
Yeah, and again, I'll say I work with Melissa every day, and many of you talked about different tools, and I've heard the conversation around complexity, and we've got a special team that does this and that. There's more than one right solution, as we all know. What we found for us is starting with a simple tool allowed us to engage more people to help drive the program forward. And then again, you back it up with some of your more complex or more industry discipline type tools, like the culpability, the fishbone, and all those types of tools. And so I just stress again, the simplicity is what got us started. And again, because we're not a team that does this ourselves, we're a team that leverages 700 engineers and our Kappa champions. By keeping it simple, but driving effectiveness through a simple start has allowed us to get the program off the ground and have a lot of advocates for the program outside of just Melissa. Now that we've got that established, we'll go mature the program and add some of these more industry standard approaches and more intense approaches, because we've convinced people that the program works, versus starting out with a lot of quality Six Sigma language that just scares people off. And so I encourage you to do, Melissa started organically. She started with language that people understand, and obviously started with a very safe zone. And then the final thing I think I haven't heard her mention that I'll stress is we had strong leadership support for this program. Executives, VPs attended all of these meetings as we kicked off the program. So they made it very clear that it was a priority for themselves, their team, and their team members to participate. And so that was the key to getting the audience. Then the effectiveness and the simplicity kept the audience coming back. So just some comments there on how we got this off the ground for us.
Thanks for building on that, Greg. And we've got, a lot of chats in the chat box, which is awesome. But Terry, Wiley, Pepin, you're unmuted. Terry, what are your thoughts here?
I do have to apologize. I'm running incident command for an event that we just had experienced in the Chicagoland area, and it was with a tornado. So I've been jumping in and out. So I think I'm back for the afternoon, and I'll be able to engage thus far.
Oh, okay. I just saw you unmuted, so I didn't want to miss you. So thank you. And I'll just turn to Bob Latino, because Bob, you had a couple chats in there and you've got some thoughts. I think maybe we can just touch on briefly if you want to share those live.
No, it's a great presentation, and I echo what Tanya said about the 5 whys gets just as bad a rep in the marketplace as the term root cause analysis. You know, because no matter what people do, because it's so poorly defined in the marketplace that anybody doing RCA on a napkin will call it root cause analysis. And therefore, the term to me, and I'm in the business and I'm a provider, it's useless because I don't know what RCA means, and I'm 36 years in, so I'm probably never going to know. So you know, you gave a different twist on the 5 whys, which is a variant, and admittedly, it's because you didn't conform to what is considered traditionally 5 whys. And I understand what you're saying about because I too consider my greatest attribute is ignorance, in the sense that I can facilitate teams, and it's better that I don't know the process because I can ask the stupid questions. Because those who are in the weeds and they're deep in there, it's amazing, and I know you feel the same way in the sense that when you ask a very basic question, it's amazing how many people who are experts don't have an answer.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because they're so deep in the weeds that they can't see outside of the bubble that they're dealing with nuts and bolts.
Yeah, I get that. You know, I could be the same way with my work, and I often need help getting back to that 10,000 foot view to go, yeah. oh, I see it. You know, and that's a lot of what I do. I actually had a annual review where it was, I think the question was in the forum, you know, what are your 3 top skills you bring to Avalara? And here I am in an engineering team, and my 3 top skills were facilitation, mediation, and communication. And in my opinion, we need a lot more of that in engineering teams. And I appreciate that my company set up this model of having program managers within the engineering teams. And that with this program, so many times I figured out my role is to sit back, mediate, facilitate, ask the questions, and then the magic just starts to happen. And the really smart people in the room work through it.
There's a quote, author I follow several books, but it's called The Goal, Eli Goldratt, and says an expert is not somebody who gives you the answer, it's somebody who asks you the right questions. If I give you the answer, you haven't learned. If I ask you the right question, then you'll have to derivate that in your mind, and you'll have to see where it came from. So I think that's pretty much what we're in the business of doing. Is we're in the business of asking questions that in such a way that people learn from them as opposed to run from them. So thank you for your presentation.
Thanks, Bob. Yeah, Melissa, thank you so much. And I think that you had wanted to get to breakout groups, but I think we just had one really good, we had one really good big breakout group.
Thank you for having me. This is my first conference with this group, and I was really thrilled in the last 2 days. My concern was that I was going to come at you with from left field with kind of this touchy-feely presentation. But a lot of what I've heard, even this morning, was like, oh no, my stuff totally fits here. Yay! Like, I'm not off in left field. So I really appreciate getting the opportunity to share that with all of you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the time and the insights and telling your story. So thank you all. Thank you. And thanks for a great conversation this morning, everybody. I am going to just quickly share out where we are. So we are at a lunch break for the next 41 minutes. So we'll come back at 12:30 Central, 1:30 Eastern. I can't do the calculation for the Pacific folks, whatever time it'll be, 41 minutes from now, 40 minutes from now. And Deborah Boyce will join us, and then we'll have Kimbel and Kelly. And then Charles will wrap up the day as we get through the afternoon. So as always, no need to sign out. Just simply mute your connection, turn your video off, and we will see you back here in 40 minutes. So have a good lunch break, everybody. Okay, we have 12:30 Central and 1:30 Eastern time. So we are back with the final afternoon on the third day of our virtual conference. And I am thrilled to introduce Deborah Boyce from Lewis Tree Service, and really to focus on the title of the presentation is Shifting on the Fly, moving from telling to thinking. And I think what it embodies is, how do you really look to frontline employees and to workers and empower them and really do what they do best and solve problems. And Deborah, hopefully I paraphrased that right, but I'm really looking forward to this session and hearing more of your insights and learnings. So welcome.
Thank you, Dean, so much. I appreciate that.
And I will stop sharing, and then it's all yours.
Okay. Just get this queued up here. Great. I hope this looks okay. I don't know if I've got this configured correctly.
You're good to go, Deborah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm getting that going now. Can you hear me?
We could for a second.
Okay, is this better?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right, give it a shot here. Great. All right. So thanks again, Dean, for the introduction. I appreciate that. I'm both surprised and delighted to be speaking with you today. And I say surprised because you may have noticed in my bio that I'm not a published HUP author. I don't hold a master's or PhD in human performance, not yet anyway. Like so many of the great speakers we've heard at these events. I mean, heck, we've only been introduced to human performance and organizational performance and resilience concepts a few short years ago. But what I do bring to share with you is evidence of early and rapid transformation. Let me see here, my slides aren't advancing.
Sometimes it just takes a few more clicking. Yeah.
There they go. Yep, you're right. It did. Okay, good to know. Thanks. So what I do bring to share with you is evidence of an early and a rapid transformation of an organization from a long-standing traditional safety approach to a more thoughtful and deliberate approach within a change-adverse industry. So we are still young in our human performance journey. We have miles to go, and we're far from perfect. But if anything that I share with you can benefit you in any way, then I will have accomplishment. So let me set the stage and introduce the performers so you have a better understanding of where we began and our progression and our current state. So while we're still developing into a full-fledged HOP enterprise, and we're solitary along our path within our industry, we've seen leaps forward in a culture shift that many of us safety long-timers would never have thought possible. And notice I said long-timers and not old-timers. So yeah, you can use that. So my field of expertise lies in utility arboriculture, which is safety in line clearing for electric utilities or vegetation management. My background is traditional compliance-based safety. Human and organizational performance concepts, while totally logical, were never even on the radar. Our industry is heavily scrutinized by OSHA, given the serious hazards associated with our work, and because we don't fall under just one set of regulations. So it's really tough for them to get their arms around us. Essentially, we trim and remove trees and vegetation in conflict with the power lines. So we're the ones that you're typically going to be upset with, because we trim trees for consumer safety and reliability, but not for aesthetics. But it's a necessary evil, and it involves skilled labor. In fact, we refer to our workforce as craft workers. So a little bit about the work and the workplace. Here's a little bit of a description of the type of work we do. So, excuse me, take one of the most notably dangerous professions, logging. Add in the thrill of working at heights, oftentimes just hanging by a rope and a saddle. Mix that up with exposed high voltage power lines, and throw in some chainsaws and wood chippers just to keep us awake. All while poised along heavily traveled roadways. That's a typical day for us. Now, I'm not sure, but we may have coined the phrase head on a swivel, but we needed to. So now a bit about the worker. As you can imagine, it takes a certain type of person to enter this field. It's not for the faint of heart, and you'd better love the outdoors. The inherent adrenaline rush holds significant appeal for the natural risk taker. Yet the craft workers are not all cowboys. They take immense pride in their work. Many are competitive, innovative, headstrong, and production driven. And they're proven problem solvers with a very high risk tolerance. So how do you keep safe a bunch of adrenaline junkies in an extraordinarily dynamic environment who are ever so conscious of their contract's success being heavily dependent upon them meeting production goals? Well, you policy them to death, of course. No, we now know that this long practiced approach is not the path to safety success. But I'm embarrassed to admit that that's exactly what our industry has done. Just follow the zillion rules and you'll be safe. You don't, you'll be punished. It's pretty simple black line thinking, right? So in case you're not familiar, black line references work as imagined. You know, in a perfect scenario, rules, policies, it's how we think work should go, versus the blue line, which is work as done, the reality, with all its diversity, variability, and soap opera dynamics that we must weave through on a daily basis. It's kind of funny how we have an extremely variable blue line environment and have always tried to match its weight and depth with a black line. It's kind of an interesting thought in of itself, but it's not the best approach we've discovered. So where we were was kind of like this. A serious incident occurred, add more policy. Someone violated a core safety rule, 3 days automatic suspension without pay. You're going home. That'll keep them in line, surely. And we'll have no more incidents, right? So what do you suppose our craft workers thought of this approach? Well, quite frankly, they were pissed. Often they were working scared. Hand-tied, policy-bound, we were effectively robbing them of their most valuable traits: their ingenuity, their creativity, their resourcefulness. And now, I am not advocating that rules be ignored, but in the short time we delved into understanding and applying human performance concepts to our highly variable work, we found that the craft workers, by and large, respect policy. They do. They respect rules, and they understand why they're in place. But oftentimes, rules are made hastily and in a knee-jerk reactive fashion without any critical input from those who are most impacted. And when rules don't make logical sense, especially to adults, you've got a pretty tough sell. So I referenced the hand tying and being policy bound, and I'm equating that to a telling management style. And I may sound a little boastful here, but man, we're good at it. We had this thing down pat, this telling style. Even our verbiage reflected a telling style. We aligned our policies and procedures with OSHA's shoulds and shalls. I say that fast 5 times. OSHA's shoulds and shalls. So have you ever read OSHA's regulations? Right? Unfortunately, I do. And I mean, they are there to serve as worker protection, but they're not real warm and fuzzy, to say the least. So a top-down, punitive, ultra-controlling, nobody gets hurt on my watch, that's where we were. What do you think about that approach? Now, serious injuries were abated, right? Sounds like we all had it all put together, all figured out. Well, you know, we did experience a significant period of time where we did see a steady drop in the OSHA recordables before we plateaued. But if you've heard the phrase, the absence of accidents does not equal the presence of safety, you'll know that numbers can be BS. Putting it bluntly, perhaps numbers don't lie, but people do. And when you create a culture that emphasizes the telling black line and arrests the thinking blue line, where workers are met with blame, shame, and retrain in response to incidents occurring, how do you see those options forming? But our numbers looked pretty good. And when customers award contracts based not only on price, but safety record, you've got pretty good reason to be hyper-focused on the metrics. And of course, we saw plenty of incidents being manipulated in ways like, well, our driver wasn't cited in that accident, so it's not really an at-fault crash, so that really shouldn't count against our division or reflect in our numbers. Well, numbers can be manipulated, people can be reserved with reporting, etc. So, I mean, hey, think about it, right? If you want to stifle creativity in the work, maybe it surfaces elsewhere. But seriously, at first glance, our safety one or traditional safety approach was working-ish. But then why were we still killing people? Despite the numbers, we lost 3 craft workers in 9 years. To call that horrific is an understatement. It just didn't add up. And our CEO, he recognized it. You know, we didn't have the answer, but we knew we had to change something fast. And as I mentioned, we are deeply rooted in a change-adverse industry. Old school, you learn to be safe after you've had a serious injury. Craft workers often are coining the adages, if it ain't broke and you can't fix stupid. And the pace at which we initiated policy after policy to around 4,300 craft workers spread across about 25 states, it was dizzying at times. So we were taking the viewpoint that we had to be sure they were told what they could and couldn't do and exactly how to do it. We struggled with why this approach was not really yielding the results of reducing or eliminating the serious injuries. And our goal at that time had been 0, of course. And a word about 0 incidents, you know, our craft workers had long been telling us, our experts had long been telling us that 0 is not possible. But we insisted every incident is preventable. Thanks to human performance, we no longer instill that philosophy. But studying HUP also taught us that we really do have crews and we have crew members who are adept at creating problem solving, or creative problem solving, creating the solutions that need to be occurring in the field. And they manage variety all day, every day. In order to manage such variety, you cannot have a simple set of solutions, nor a simple rhetoric of just follow the policies and you'll be safe. Admittedly, I have uttered that phrase in the past more than once. It's a little embarrassing to admit that now. So talking about variety, a concept that we consulted is Ashby's law of requisite variety, which states only variety can manage or absorb variety. Now, I am no expert in British cybernetician W. Ross Ashby's law, but basically, if a system is to be able to successfully handle diverse challenges within its environment, it needs to have just as much, if not more, a variety of responses at the ready. Kind of liken it to how the human body regulates internal temperature with the internal and external dynamics at play. And that's an example of Ashby's law. A complex variety of systems and processes work together to maintain our 98.6. Therefore, we must be willing to allow our craft workers and our workers, our workforce, to apply what they know. They are the experts. Allow them to apply what they know and let them think independently to effectively problem solve. You know, especially when it comes to critical steps or critical decision making. Because this often, in our industry, it often involves effective replanning. You know, when the plan changes in the middle of a critical step, when you're at the point of no return, like when you're about to make a back cut in a huge tree that you're going to fell, you're in the middle of this process. You're about to make that final cut where there's no going back. And you encounter a rotten spot as you're running the chainsaw. There's a rotten spot in that tree that will affect how and where the tree falls. So hopefully we have a better plan than just run, okay? So when we give workers limited options of how to do the work, it's not only infeasible, but it's illogical. Given motivation, you know, most humans will improvise, adapt, and overcome. Newsflash, they are already doing it, whether we like it or not. So we may as well harness their resourcefulness because we're gonna need it. So I realized I've painted a rather dreadful picture of Lewis Tree up to this point, but I assure you, our heart was in the right place. It's just that adopting a telling, controlling approach, like the overbearing helicopter pilot or helicopter parent, rather. I guess I might have been called a helicopter parent once or twice in my life. But when we adopt that approach, that's not the solution here. And, you know, of course, breaking a mold, changing a culture is arduous to say the least. And we acknowledge that workers should not be treated as wayward children getting their hands slapped for breaking a rule. These are adults. And I always say this, you will never survive very long in this type of work if you're stupid. Our workforce is not stupid, and they're not robots. And it took us reading and studying Todd Conklin's book, Pre-Accident Investigations, which really opened up a whole new universe to understanding HUP, for us to embrace the fact that by and large, workers want to do a good job, and they are the solution. And to cease or discourage their critical thinking will eventually backfire and deplete any good intentions. So am I alone here, or does any of this safety one or traditional safety culture that I've described sound familiar? I mean, have you experienced a reduction in serious injury numbers only to be rocked with a fatality out of nowhere? Do you believe that people who violate Black line policy are bad and they're a problem that needs fixing? You know, have you wondered why you have few to no worthwhile close calls reporting, no matter how much you incentivize? My point is, we found that you can only get so far using traditional safety methods and a telling style even with the best of intentions. And we began to realize that we had broken systems, but we were fortunate enough to have Beth Lay, human performance expert, join our organization to serve as the catalyst to begin deconstructing and rebuilding the damaged systems. And as we began learning more and more from Conklin's books and podcasts, and inviting experts in the industry like Wes Havard and Bob Edwards and Ron Gant to speak at our leadership conferences, things began to click into place. Messages resonated. Gaps slowly began closing. So I remember when Ron Gant had walked us through a scenario, he had immersed himself in an organization's blue line. He rode with refuse collector crews, garbage men, right? For a couple of days. He wore their PPE. He asked tons of questions. He really probably felt like Mike Rowe on Dirty Jobs. He walked in their shoes. He observed their challenges and their constraints and their desire to do a good job, and also their capacity for ingenuity. And while listening to Ron, I thought back to when I conducted field crew visits with our guys. And I remembered how many times our craft workers would try to convey to me the difficulties they faced, the solutions that they implemented when faced with quandaries. And they asked, why doesn't anyone at corporate understand? So, we'd always considered taking shortcuts and at-risk behavior. But really, not all shortcuts are bad. If workers find ways to perform the work in a safe manner, more efficiently, isn't that a shortcut? I mean, who's to say the policy writers know best? I'm one of those policy writers, by the way, and yes, this can be a tough pill to swallow. But we cannot proceduralize everything. Believe me, we tried. And in work like ours, there are just way too many variables. And then there's the issue of, oh yeah, people. So you can't control people, that whole free will thing and all, but we were always saying our employees are our most valuable asset. So, hey, why not give them a voice? And what better way to give them a voice than to hold a learning team? With guidance from HOP coach Bob Edwards, we dove into about 10 learning teams our first year. And if you're not familiar, essentially a learning team is a very small group session held with the frontline workers and maybe one or two safety folks who are trained in the art of conducting learning teams. And you could hold them after an incident, after a serious close call, or any time that there's a notable issue where we need to learn more. And the goal is to encourage the workers to have very transparent dialogue where nothing is off the table and there's no field or other leadership present. Okay? So when done correctly, the floodgates open. The learning is staggering. We were surprised, very surprised, how much was taking place in the field contrary to how we thought work was being done. And sometimes the black and the blue lines could not have been farther apart. I'll give you an example of this. So we had a policy in place for a dangerous procedure that we typically had to perform after a storm, where trees would uproot or they would break and fall over onto the power lines. But the wires didn't disconnect from the poles. So that created wood and wires under tension quagmires. So line of fire is the biggest risk here, but sometimes there is nowhere to go to get out of the way. It's very difficult to get out of the way of the line of fire. You've got multiple lines of fire issues that you're trying to work through. And our policy stated not to tie down the wires. So it said to ask the linemen to do this, since it was the utility's property, and the linemen would be there anyway to kill the power so that we could work without being electrocuted. So about a year ago, after a storm event in New England, we experienced a serious close call where our employee was captured on video releasing the wood from the wires and almost had his head taken off as the wires sprung back. And shortly after that, we had another employee in a similar situation who was struck in the back by a log that had sprung high in the air after it was released. And he was very lucky not to be seriously injured. Ropes had not been used in either event to tie down the wires. So we conducted a learning team and we discovered several interesting things, but most notably, number one, the linemen were not always asked or willing to tie down the wires for us, which was the case in the two aforementioned scenarios. And number two, many crews felt that it was far safer for them to tie down the wires themselves because they trusted their knots and they knew the history and condition of the ropes they were using. And number three, many crews in various areas were already tying down wires routinely during storm events, even though the policy said not to. Black line just got served. So we had some serious work to do. And we actually ended up changing the policy to allow crews to tie down wires with certain parameters in place. And we developed best practices, some of which came directly from the discoveries of that learning team. So as a leader of a learning team, the goal is to learn, but you are encouraging the participants to think and to share. They are bringing forth the blue line, and you provoke them to think about it in ways that they may never have thought about it before. So they identify challenges, and the leader then does not provide the solutions, which is a little bit hard for people like me to grasp, say the least. So that's something I'm used to doing, right? Leaders, we look to them, give us the answers. But no, this is different. The slate is clean in these types of events. The slate is clean, and we open the box. The sky is the limit to thought. And ultimately, the workers, the participants, generate recommendations for the solutions. So it's not really a complaint session, or at least not just a complaint session. It's more of a workshop where ideas and tools are generated by the participants, and then they're piloted on the blue line, possibly, and sometimes for company-wide adoption. So learning teams are by far my favorite human performance activity because they not only are beneficial for the participants to have a voice, but they're also, the participants are being recognized and rewarded for their analytical thinking. So if you're looking for a way to begin a culture shift from telling, i.e. the black line solving the blue line problems, to thinking, holding learning teams with the frontline workers is a great way to begin. And if you've had any difficulty with leadership aligning with these ideas, or perhaps not recognizing the need to engage workers in the thought or input processes around improvement, maybe consider this tactic. We were already fortunate enough to have some top leaders who believed in servant leadership. But we took it a brave step beyond and humbled ourselves further. And we decided to step into the boots of our craft workers and hear their stories. We considered the craft workers' perspective. So picture this. There's a guy climbing up a slippery tree in 95-degree, humid, soaking wet weather. Safety glasses are fogging, sweat stinging his eyes. He's covered in dirt and bugs, getting into position well out on a limb in a tree, way above the buzzing power lines, pull starting the chainsaw, using every muscle in his body to balance as he makes notches and back cuts in the wood, hoping that the wood falls the way he wants and that no one forgot the rule and maybe wandered into the drop zone without communicating. And oh yes, remember, today's the day the utility and the safety specialist will be arriving on the job. So the general foreman said, everything better go perfectly, no safety violations. And man, I hope the utility doesn't say anything about the fact that we're a few weeks behind on this circuit because of the rainy spring weather we've had. And oh wow, this tree limb looks really rotten now. Oh man, and there's a hole in the trunk, and I think I hear scratching inside. Yeah, I'm gonna need to change my plan. I'm gonna need to tell my groundman go get me a rope. Oh wait, he went to the truck to get us some water, and he'll never hear me. So maybe I'll just break a core policy this one time and take my left hand off the chainsaw and just kind of hold the limb while I cut so it doesn't break prematurely and fall on the wires. And, you know, the more you listen with an open mind, the more that you see the plight, you hear the desire to do a good job, and you begin to have more empathy. Now, I am not advocating employees break rules, okay? In fact, my boss respectfully nicknamed me Ms. Blackline. But if we dissect the context of what was occurring just in a brief period on that job, we can easily identify where the gaps are. We can appreciate how employees may unwittingly be placed in positions where the black line work is rarely probable and sometimes impossible. Now, I talked about learning teams and walking in the workers' boots, and these are great beginnings to help the shift from a telling into a thinking culture. And not only with the craft crews, but with leaders as well. But if you're like me, I've asked myself, how do we get our workers to apply critical thinking skills? And now I would retort with, how do we know they aren't? An effective way to measure this is to look at your close calls or near misses. What's that? You don't receive any? I can relate. Here's our situation. A couple of years ago, we begged and prodded our folks to send in close calls. Given the circumstances I outlined, though, I mean, you could probably imagine that we received practically nothing. And if we did receive close calls, the nature of the event was always pretty superficial, you know, kind of safe ground, no one's fault, such as, you know, a deer ran out of the woods across the road and I had to slam on the brakes to avoid it, or we saw a venomous snake on the job site and we could have been bitten. I'm not trying to belittle these issues because they are relevant and they can have serious injury potential, but no one was willing to expose themselves by revealing events that could drive learning and improvement. Now, given my description of our past culture, you can well imagine why this was the case. However, fast forward about 2.5 years after beginning our HUP journey, and we now receive over 500 close calls a quarter. We are absolutely stoked. And as we glean these, we have begun to see more transparency with the critical technical tasks. So I'll read some excerpts from some of our current close calls. So one reads, we were removing a dead pine tree. As we went to flush the stump, which is basically reducing the height of the stump to as low to the ground as possible. So as we went to flush the stump, the heat from the chainsaw exhaust caused the dead pine and dry leaves in the area to smolder and smoke. We knew it was dry, but did not expect the exhaust to cause a problem with the ground. So their recommendation, because we asked the crews to also provide some recommended learnings, be extra cautious in dry environments when running hot equipment, and pay attention to weather warnings, as there was a red flag warning that day. And another close call reads, A climber was descending a tree after trimming it, and his chainsaw got hung up on a branch in the tree behind him. The tip of the saw was about shoulder height. When the groundman noticed and communicated to the climber that his saw was hung up, and the climber had a real long lanyard on the saw, and he could not feel that the saw was hung up due to the slack. So it could have broken loose and it could have swung down and it could have hit the climber from behind. So hopefully you detect the admission in these two examples that there are things that we could have implemented to prevent these close calls, but the real learning that I'm trying to demonstrate is, one, for the most part, our workers now recognize that they will not be blamed, disgraced, or disciplined for reporting, which really leads to more honest and improvement-oriented reporting. And two, we get to learn from the blue line where their challenges lie and how we can better equip them to succeed. One way that we've been encouraging this and trying to continue and perpetuate it is by holding weekly conference calls. They're close call conference calls now. So we invite the folks who were involved in the close call from the field and their leadership, and there are other leaders who attend the calls as well. We do this weekly, and there they discuss the close call and what they learned that would help others in ways which we could all improve. There's no blame, there's no shame, and there's no retraining unless we really identify a case where we need to train folks more. But that's not our go-to place. Rather, they actually get to hear the CEO thank them and congratulate them for interceding to prevent an incident. Talk about making an impact. Like, what? I screwed up and the CEO is thanking me? It's still a bit hard for some to digest, but with the repetition, it's really becoming second nature. And our CEO says it's now his favorite conference call of the week. Before I leave the topic of close calls, I want to share another way in which we see our craft workers applying some critical thinking skills. Or if you've heard Wes Havard of Luminant speak, I believe he would refer to it as system 2 thinking, whereby system 1 thinking is where we typically reside cognitively, our automatic instinctive responses to easily resolved problems. You know, something falls, you catch it. System 2 is a slower, deeper thought process. We need to engage for more complex problem solving. And this system 2 critical thinking, it's begun to show up in our close calls. So with the help of Asher Balkin at The Ohio State University, we initiated a situation awareness tool we call Press Pause that instructs craft workers how to be situationally aware versus the old standby, just pay attention, where we know that that's easier said than done and it's not very informative. So Press Pause is a collaborative process that plunges the worker into system 2 thinking as they're led to notice, understand, and forecast what is occurring and bring in a fresh set of eyes to discuss challenges. And that's just part of it. It's a pretty well thought out and laid out process of pressing pause and creating situation awareness in the crews. So let me give you some examples of how this is reflected in the close calls that are submitted. And one recent close call reads, as I arrived on the job, the crew was finishing the last tree that the bucket truck could reach. As they went to reposition the bucket truck, the crew leader saw the ground was uneven and it had a 4-foot drop off on the side of the road, about 2 feet from where the outrigger would be placed. So they attempted to move and reposition the truck about 4 more times. When the crew leader finally stated he was just uncomfortable. He's not comfortable setting it up there. And they decided, we're shutting it down. We're going to pick up and we're going to move all together to a different site to allow a climbing crew to come in, since it was not a real stable situation for a bucket truck to work. And the climbing crew would finish that tree. Now, this may sound like no big deal, but for the crews in our industry to evaluate this make a critical change in the plan to find a safer way rather than just forging ahead, especially being the last part of that tree that needed worked in the last area to trim on that circuit for that day. I mean, to skip this is relatively unheard of. Plus, part of our press pause guidance includes trusting your gut, which this crew displayed fabulously. So it's far more common to see a crew risk a hazardous setup just to get the job done. Here's another example. A crew was backing up a truck, and these are large trucks, you know, bucket trucks, when suddenly his spotter, who is someone that we have stationed behind the vehicle, usually to communicate with the driver and assist them in backing. So they were backing up when suddenly the spotter received a phone call and answered the phone. And then the truck almost hit him. And we were surprised that the spotter answered the call and that the driver kept backing up. So their advice was make sure spotter is concentrated on spotting the driver when backing, and anytime the driver does not see the spotter any longer, he should stop immediately. This is pretty significant because it's an admission that honestly at one time would never have been turned in as a close call, let alone discussed. Okay, it really would have been totally swept under the rug. But we try to engage the workers in the press pause when uncertainty strikes, things of this nature, when distractions hit, when something's different. There are myriad applications for press pause. And we're also seeing trends where crews are identifying risky situations, they're taking advanced steps to control the risks, and they're stopping the job if abatement tactics are insufficient. Believe me when I say this is a major shift in thinking and action for our crews and our industry at large.
Deborah?
Yes.
There was a question related to that popped up in the chat box a few minutes ago. And it was essentially, Jason asked, you know, for comparison, back in the old days before you made a shift in this approach, how many close calls would you get roughly?
Oh, so that's a great question. So we would always kind of complain at the management level, say, oh, we never get close calls, you know, gosh, no one ever sends them in. So we really were getting almost none. And then, so sometimes some of the leaders would put a little pressure on their workers and say, you guys, you know, you have to turn in some close calls. We need this information. You know, corporate's asking for close calls, turn in your close calls. And I think the guys were all standing there going, I don't know, what do you want me to say? I almost hit a deer. And they weren't even trained on what or how to discuss a close call even. So rarely did we see any, and if we did, it was, I mean, it was just a couple sprinkled here and there, but certainly nothing that we really were trying to generate learning from. It was just, oh, boss said I should turn in a close call, so I better do it. I think this is what it is. So great question, but I mean, almost nil. It was very,
Wow.
very few and far between. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yep. So hopefully I've kind of connected you to our motion from telling to thinking. But why did I title this presentation Shifting on the Fly? Well, when we began our quest to be a learning organization to drive improvement, following human performance principles, we didn't exactly have a strategic roadmap. We were like Google head north, because we knew where we wanted to be, but the path was not very clear. We experimented. We introduced a lot of human performance concepts and tools very quickly, too quickly in some people's opinions. For someone like me, who is a strategic thinker and heavily plan dependent, I was groping my way through. But looking back, our approach of implementing things in the field, like tri-storming, as Bob Edwards calls it, I couldn't imagine doing it any other way, considering our workforce and their highly variable work and workplace. And as I reflect now, if our dynamic workers are accustomed to shifting on the fly when work or the workplace changes, maybe it was a good thing that we took the Nike approach. We just did it. We didn't have an extensive training period. We didn't spend a lot of time realizing the potential failures. We essentially threw it out there. We designed simple tools like the situation awareness press pause guide that I spoke of, an after action review form that the crews could use, and an uncertainty gauge. Very, very simple though. And we integrated them as part of Lewis's DNA. And by that, I mean, every couple of weeks, we were exposing our craft workers to human performance concepts that related directly to the current safety theme, where our focus was at the time. And that generally rotates, but it shifts every couple of weeks. And eventually we did create a plan, to my great solace, to marry the human performance concepts with the areas of highest risk. And this plan became a learning loop. And we revisit the twined concepts repeatedly. So now, I'm not going to tell you it was easy. And there are still naysayers in our ranks, for sure, okay? Some folks, sadly, they even gave up and left before even giving human performance a try. But there are far more people in our organization who see the benefits of the culture changing. You know, we had to shift on the fly. We had to act fast. The sense of urgency to prevent another fatality was palpable. And we began practicing these concepts real time, mitigating the risk by being situationally aware, evaluating and discussing levels of uncertainty, and learning from and replicating the positive outcomes. So again, we are far from perfect, and we have gaps and pockets of areas still struggling to submit closed calls, and some who are just concerned with the cost to benefit ratio of holding learning teams. But when you make the choice to lead your people to becoming a thinking culture, when you encourage them to do what they do best and pause and evaluate, the rewards will be reaped in increased trust, spontaneous sharing, improved morale, and an understanding that working safely means even more than just going home unharmed. So if nothing else, I hope I was a voice of encouragement to those of you who have desired a human performance path and have been unsure, stuck, or struggling in your advancement within your organization, and to say, if we can do it, you can do it. So that's what I have to share with you today. Dean, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, Deborah, thank you very, very much. And we've got a few people unmuted here, and I think there are going to be some questions and comments if you're up for fielding those.
I'll give it a shot.
Cool, thank you. So Jason, you are Jason Doering, and I probably mispronounced your last name. I apologize. Jason, you are unmuted.
Yeah, thanks, Dean. Deborah, just wondering, like, how long roughly did it take to make a noticeable impact on the culture from when you started this journey?
Well, one of the most difficult parts of noticing, because we were desperate to evaluate, we're desperate to prove, right, and to demonstrate that, look, this is making an impact. This is the way to go and continue forward. So this is a great question. So we had, you know, we'd had people asking for metrics. How do we measure? How do we see? Well, it comes out in a lot of the conversations that we were having with the craft workers, you know, especially in the learning teams, but then when we have especially safety folks who are out and among the craft workers on a regular basis, and they're starting to have these conversations and they're starting to pull things out. And we did a lot of work with injecting the human performance language and talking about black line, blue line with them. I mean, really simple concepts, nothing crazy in theory in that, but I mean, we we wanted to make it so that they could understand. And once we started to use the language more and we equated it to what they do, a lot of them started to say, as a matter of fact, hey, well, that sounds like what I'm usually having to do almost every day. This isn't anything hard. This isn't anything really new. You're right, it's nothing new. You guys are the experts. We're trying to give you a way, show you a way to explore this more so that we can problem solve together. And so I would say the first year, you know, it was pretty rocky. And I don't really recall seeing any huge changes. I think that, and we weren't quite sure how to frame that and how to put some structure around it either. So when I go back to the close calls, because when we started to gather that data from the close calls, we really started to analyze it and go, wow, these are exactly the perfect demonstrations of what we're trying to convey. And they're starting to just bring more of the blue line forth. And, you know, so I think the close calls were really almost a pivotal point. And it wasn't just because we were receiving so many, it was more about the content. Because at first we did, you know, they were pretty superficial, like I said. So it took really diving in and mining that content of the close calls to be able to see. So I would say the first year, not a whole lot of revelation there. I mean, and we were antsy. Oh my goodness, do you have to have patience? But so I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's consistent with some of my experience. So it's good to hear it's not just me that's so slow, right?
No, and I don't think it's slow. It feels slow when you're in it. But yeah, no, that's good to hear that that's been your experience, Jason. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. We have a hand up from Shannon. Shannon, did you want to unmute?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. So my question is, Deborah, I work for a company called Quanta Services. We're very much having the same mindset, HP journey. But something that we've been working on lately is controls, preventive and mitigative controls. But something we've been talking about is that situational awareness, like that relies on the human to get it right every time. Could you talk a little bit more about that training?
Sure, I sure can. So the situation awareness, because that's a phrase that, you know, we kicked around a lot, and we kick around a lot because, like I said, head on a swivel. I mean, that's the thing. We had to figure out a way to make that, you know, something more tangible. You can't operate with your head on a swivel anyway. I mean, we learned that, you know, you can't be super hyper focused, but yet be able to ascertain everything that's going on way out here. It's not possible. Well, we told our people to do it, by the way. So
yeah, and yeah, that's you're doing an RCA, you know, they didn't have situational awareness.
So we kind of broke it down, and I mean, I would be happy to share this tool if anybody would like it, or I could send it to Dean even, and he could distribute it if you wish. So we broke it down into, so first we said, okay, press pause. So take a moment and assess. So we broke it down into noticing, understanding, and forecasting. And then, and I mentioned that we partnered with OSU and Asher Balkin, and he sat down and he said, you know what, let's put it into terms that the craft workers can relate to. So what if they start asking themselves these questions internally? But then it also is it's a collaborative process that you're supposed to be utilizing to bring in the rest of your group, your immediate work group together. So questions like asking, you know, what are my teammates doing now? You know, before I do X, Y, Z, before I take a critical step, what are my teammates doing now? Where are they? Especially, I mean, we're outside, so our teammates could be well out of our line of sight. So where are they? And then, so there are a list of questions. I'm not going to go through all of them, but then we related some practices, human performance practices that go along with that part of it. So things, as I mentioned, like trusting your gut, And then just to talk about the fact that you can't be hyper-focused on one task, like running a chainsaw, and also, observing, if there's traffic or something around you. So we talked about scanning and focusing. So trying to teach them to rely on a spotter for one thing, because we're trying to incorporate more spotters with people to help them be more situationally aware. But if it's just an independent, person, practice scanning and focusing. So you're switching, you're scanning, but you're able to focus. It's a lot easier said than done. Things like shifting perspective, asking people, how does it look over there? Because over here I'm seeing this, because even a short distance away, I think perspective can change. And then they understand, understand what's going wrong, or not going wrong, going on around you, and bring in a fresh set of eyes is something that we really rely on, getting another perspective. But it's just to help understand, hey, does that look right to you? And so some of those kind of questions, forecasting questions, what are my teammates going to do next? Think about, anticipate as best you can. Where are they going to be? If you know that your workmates, normally when they're finished with something, they move back to the truck or they move into another building or whatever, kind of try to have those predictions in your mind and understand what may be going to occur. But also, like, what's around me? What's around me that could hurt me? What could hit me? How do I know that wood typically reacts? Or how do I know this thing to normally react when I do this? And a lot of that's experience based, of course, but putting all those factors into play, it really creates a pretty robust tool. But the more we shared it with our folks, they were like, yeah, I guess when I slow down and think about it, that really is what I do. But you have to kind of, show them and lead them there too. But that's what we're doing for the situation awareness part of it. Is that helpful?
Yes, no, it's just something that we've run into a little bit with saying that, that's not a control, because it's relying on the people to have the situation awareness, to get it right, to see all the things. But it's something that is, I feel like, such common terminology that people use, and they don't want to let go of it. But it's also like the balance of letting go of the responsibility that everybody's aware, responsible for everything that's going on all the time, but also the balance of, well, they have to be, aware.
Right. And we recognize that, well, especially in our dynamic situations, there's so much we'll never be able to control. And you can't control the people. So what do you do? Well, you've got to kind of reframe the thinking a little bit, I guess, around it. But that sounds like a challenge that you have to get to that point too. But I appreciate that question. But I'd be happy to share this with you too. I'm sure somebody else may have on the panel may have some, or in the audience may have some recommendations that would help you as well. If anybody wants to.
I'm sorry, Deborah, if you have anything you want us to pass along, just send it to either Dean or me or John, and we'll make sure everybody gets it.
Okay.
I did have first of all, Monty, did you have a question? You were on mic. Maybe not. Okay, we did have a question for clarification from Galen to clarify what you mean by uncertainty gauge.
Oh, sure. So, and again, it's tough to create tools. We're very challenged to try to create a tool or something that's going to be useful when you've got people who work outdoors, and they're outdoors all the time in ridiculous environments, extreme conditions. So we tried to come up with kind of like cards or different things just to get them accustomed to the visual before committing it into their brain. So we kind of came up with some cards and things that we could laminate or whatever. But this uncertainty gauge is very, very simple. So it's basically just like a dial. I wish I had a picture of it right now that I could show you, but I don't. But it's basically like a dial, like a gauge that goes from 1 to 10. And it's kind of color coded too. So, from say like the 1 to 4 areas, kind of a green color, and then 4 to 6 or so is a or 7 is like a amber color, and then up to 10 is red. So but it basically is a way that we have a scale. We would like the employees to start thinking about the work that the task that they're about to do. If it's a task that has uncertainty around it, so specifically trees, it can be extremely difficult and sometimes, just impossible to really thoroughly assess the integrity of a tree. So, and there's lots of stuff that can fool you out there. So when they look at a tree specifically, before they're about to climb it, or they're about to fell it, something that is a pretty significant, reaction that they're about to have occur there, we want them to take a look at that and assess the task, given the circumstances, and assess it with, where is your uncertainty level from 1 to 10? 1 being, I can reasonably predict and control what's going to happen, and 10 being, I'm really unsure that I can reasonably predict or control what's going to happen. So the really cool thing about this gauge, I'm pretty excited about it because it's a very simple concept. And then once the guys understand what it means, they'll commit it to memory, they go. So we go up to them and we'll ask them, so at this tree, you're about to fell this tree whole. What's your uncertainty gauge look like? What's your level? What's your number? And it's really cool because depending upon so many variables, you could get a variety of responses on the same crew. So one individual on the crew may say, well, I'm at a 2, and the other may say, I'm at an 8. And we find that the more vast and the more different, difference there is between the numbers that are stated on the crew. It's a great opportunity to kind of press pause in the crew and say, okay, let's talk about why you're so far apart there. And there's no wrong number ever. It's totally subjective, and that's the beauty of it. There's no right or wrong.
Like Tanya's saying as well, it's like a pain scale for uncertainty, like we would use in a hospital.
It is very much
fantastic. Okay, as we wrap up here, I think that that was a fantastic presentation. I had the pleasure of working with Beth Lay at your place before in the early, probably over a year ago. But I, having never worked in the tree industry, I have new respect for it because of all the things that you've said today about the skill that there has to be skill or you're dead in that type of business. It's one of the highest fatality occupations in this country. So I think it's like in the top 5, if not the top.
Yes.
So it was a fantastic presentation, and I want to thank you for the professionalism that you expressed in that. You're getting all sorts of accolades in the chat. So.
Oh, thank you. I'm not able to see them because I figured if I watched them, it would distract me. But thank you so much. I would like to see them. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you could stop sharing, and I will converse over to Kimbel.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deborah. Okay, let me do the introduction here. Okay, our next speaker is going to be Kimbel Leffew and her co-speaker Kelly McCampbell, and they're going to be speaking on Tableau user-centric dashboards. And with that, John, did you want to key that up, or did you want me? I do have it on my machine if you'd like.
Bob, go ahead. Go ahead and queue it up on your machine.
Okay. Let me open this up just a second. Let me just pull both of these over here.
Can y'all, I'm going to do a quick sound check. Can everyone hear me okay?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm trying to bring over your the Word document, Will. So I will just have these both queued up. And now go back to here. All right. All right. Are you able to see that, Kim?
I am. Thank you very much. Well, welcome everyone. I'm so glad to be here today with Kelly. Want to say thank you, Charles, and your team for all the hard work. This has been a really good virtual conference. It's gone very, very, very well. Lots of good information that to take away from this, and also to be able to share to our organization. So again, thank you for inviting us to speak. I do want to apologize to Dean and to Charles up front. Sorry it took a while to get our presentation through our review process so that we could present it. So thank you for your patience on that. I really appreciate it. So anyway, my name is Kimbel Leffew, and I'm the Enterprise Feedback and Improvement Manager for CNS, Consolidated Nuclear Services. I have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics, and I've been at Pantex for over 29 years. My background is a wide range, just like most people on here, from the HRO, HPI to causal analysis, training, and safety. I'm definitely from Texas, so you'll hear some Texisms or Texas drawl, as Riz would say. One thing I want to share is I am in complete agreement with what Riz said about getting the right people to do the job. And I have some amazing team members. Kelly, who you're going to hear speak today, is one of those team members. So I'm blessed to hire and work with the best to continuously improve, especially when it comes to tracking and trending and our data analytics piece of the organization. So we definitely defer to the experts such as Kelly. And I do want to put a caveat on here. We wanted to share this information with you so you could actually see the Tableau information in real time, our dashboard, but we aren't allowed to do that. We did get a definite no from our company on being able to do that. So we're having to do it through a PowerPoint presentation. But one thing I want you to consider as we go through this presentation, what we're presenting to you, if we were presenting it to you using our own CNS website, you would be able to see it in real time. So I just want to share that with you up front, that we really wish we could present it in real time. For those of you in the DOE complex, if you want to see it in real time, we are able to share it to anyone in the DOE complex in real time, and we can set up a WebEx seminar to be able to do that. So with that said, I want to share something funny. My husband always says, he says that my team is literally from the Big Bang Theory series. He means it as a huge compliment. I have a lot of brain power in my organization, but none are Sheldon's personality. So I will tell you that up front, but they are very awesome in the brain power and the hours that they put in to make our company better. So then I want to share Kelly's information real quick with you. Kelly is a data analyst. She is a Tableau SME. She has a BS in chemical engineering, and she's been with our company for 1 year. Her analytics experience, she was a Tableau administrator for Diversify, and she's working toward a Master's of Science in Systems Engineering. I don't know if any of you have heard of this, but have you ever heard someone come to you if you're a data, if you do the data for your sites and they ask you to do something, it's more like bring me a rock. And they give you this, I want this, but they really don't know what they want. Well, Kelly is the one that works the magic behind the scenes to turn the unknown into something great. And this is one of the examples of that, the technical procedure cycle time dashboard. So we wanted to share that with you today. So what we look at is looking at leaders and working with them and to turn our data into meaningful dashboards and reports to improve our data-informed decision-making, where they actually make decisions not based on gut, because we get that a lot, that people base their decisions on gut, what they think is going on versus the real data. And we're able to do the analysis very quickly with the Tableau software and turn it into something meaningful for our leadership to be able to manage too. So one of our presentations that we're presenting today about the technical procedure cycle time, I don't know if you've ever had a challenge like this, but one of our main data owner on this particular request for this cycle time improvement did not want to pull the trigger on this. And I probably shouldn't say that. They didn't really want to publish this document, and because they were very worried about what leaders or managers might, it might make an organization look bad. And so our question back to them, it was an interesting dynamic for one thing, but our question back to them was, well, what's the purpose of your performance metrics if you can't improve or see what's going on in your organization? So we finally got to pull the trigger on this, and it is published. So that's what we're sharing with you today. Well, who we are is the next slide that you see up here. And I'm not going to go through all of this, but we're actually Consolidated Nuclear Security, LLC, and it's 5 companies combined in one, which is typical in the Department of Energy world when they bid on contracts. So that's who we are. You can see the companies that make up our organization. The next slide talks about where we're located. So I didn't mention this. I'm in Amarillo, Texas. Kelly is actually in Tennessee. She's located at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. So when you look at this picture here, we do unique things at both of our sites for the DOE weapon complex. At Y-12 Nuclear Security Complex, you can look at how many acres in the buildings, but what's more impressive is the work being done. It was, this site was developed during the Manhattan Project, which some of you probably are very familiar with, and helped with the development of the first enriched uranium bomb, Little Boy. So that's always an interesting dynamic to share with people. So they were a big part of us winning World War II, just to share that with you. And then the Pantex plant, what we do, people, when I mention this or people ask what you do, we're the final assembly and disassembly point for nuclear weapons. And so that scares some people when they hear what we do, but we are a high reliability organization. We have to do things very well. Do we make mistakes? Yes. Do we have events? Yes. So we're not perfect, but we have to do this very, very well with what we work with. So just to share that piece with you to tie into the HRO perspective that we talk about in this conference. So the next slide just talks about what our main mission is. I'm not going to read all this slide to you, but our main mission is to be the nuclear deterrent for the world and reduce the global nuclear threat. And these are some of the things that we do at both Y-12 and Pantex. And you can go to the next slide. The next slide is about technology and innovation, and this is where the data analytics team resides. Leverage our technology solutions to integrate our data into our workflows. And we look at our processes and systems pretty heartily to make sure that we can manage our metrics that need to match our mission deliverable goals. So that's our mission as far as my organization. Of course, enterprise feedback and improvement overall. My organization is a hodgepodge of things, from human performance improvement to causal analysis to significant event investigations as well, just to name a few of the things that we do. So just wanted to share that with you of who we are. So this gets us into the meat of what we were going to talk about today. So I have a question for the team. Does anyone on this call struggle with finding performance metrics that are meaningful and provide value? And you can answer in the chat room or answer out loud. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, just feel free to unmute yourselves.
Yeah, that's fine. Everybody's saying, of course, yes. And so we struggle with performance measures for sure. And so we have to turn that into something meaningful. And we have done this. This is one example of what we've done. So we want to increase our human performance issues related to procedures. And one thing that we were struggling with, do we even know what good looks like when it comes to performance measures? How do you know it's good? Are you using some of your tribal knowledge that you have to manage that your customer wants you to pull that metric every month and it just sits there? We have lots of data points, as well as I'm sure a lot of you do. And so as a result of this, we have to be able to take that data and put it into a meaningful dashboard or report so that we can manage the business like we need to. So our challenge was to provide these meaningful measures that are visually pleasing with value. And one of the things we have done is to take Stacy Barr. Some of you may have heard of her. She has developed what's called the PUMP approach, and that means performance measures process with you in it. And so it's called PUMP. And it's an 8-step process to work with organizations to develop and or improve their performance measures. That's the whole premise of this. So we use this process to develop these performance measures to make them more meaningful to your mission. I don't know if you guys are like us, but we still have a lot of those tribal metrics, a lot of data out there, and some of it just provides zero value. Again, it may be customer driven. They just want to see it every month and we don't do anything with it, or the data just sits there. We're collecting it and it just sits there. So we have to look at it. You know, you want to measure something that relates to your goal and to your vision for sure, and that you can influence the performance. One of the examples Kelly shared with me earlier, which I thought was very meaningful for this conversation. She said, okay, we have blackouts. Okay, we're measuring how many blackouts we have. Well, we have no control over the blackouts. We're in the red on the blackouts, but we keep measuring it, but we do nothing about it and cannot control it. And we've done this for years, just using that as an example. So what do you do with something like that? You remember what I said at the beginning about bringing me a rock? Well, this is a good example of tribal metrics that are bring me a rock that actually just sit there like a rock. There's nothing we can do about it because it's outside of our control. Now, for an electric company, that might be very meaningful to you guys that are in that business, and the blackouts may mean a whole different thing than they would in our organization. So I don't want to make a trite comment that's very meaningful to some of you guys. But this process with Stacy Barr, it allows you to take a hard look at what you're measuring. Set your focus on measuring against your strategy, your mission, your goals, versus taking data and dumping it into a place and trying to pull meaningful information from it. We have seen some very significant improvements in our organizations that have used this process. And one of them, I'll give you an example. And if we want to talk offline about it, we can. It was in our metrology department about our calibration and how we collected data on the calibration of our significant equipment that's used in our weapon processes. So that's just one good example from a quality perspective that we've used this process in, and many others. Does more metrics mean your organization is doing good? Rhetorical question, kind of sarcastic, of course, but it sounds good, doesn't it? We have all this data. We can overload you with data, but it's really pulling it out and making it meaningful. Also, we're going to share at the end of this presentation a criteria we've developed to help guide us. And I've asked Dean to share this with you as a tool to use to look at your dashboards and report and see if they actually hit the mark. And so we're going to share this at the very end. So I appreciate you guys doing that. All right. One of the things I want to share about the slide itself, that's just a little bit of background. But we did a deep dive analysis on this procedure problem. And what we found is that we had inadequacies in our procedures. Does that sound familiar? Because I've heard several presentations over the past few days that talked about the inadequacies in our procedure. Jake gave a real good mindset and a good presentation over that. Execution of procedures. Well, we've got bad workers. They just can't execute the procedures. Well, I always turn around to management, especially when I do causal analysis type investigations. I turn it around and say, well, give me an example of what good looks like and what's a perfect procedure. And what response do you think I get when I turn it around? I get the silent, oh, maybe you're right. We don't have perfect procedures. And then the last one, the woo, and Kelly was laughing. She goes, what's woo? And I just put an acronym, which most of you are familiar with. It's a workarounds. Are all workarounds bad? In some industries, they really consider a workaround a horrible thing. But if you go down to the shop floor level where they're putting together weapons or they're working in the field, like the last presentation that was shared, if you go into those organizational environments, you're going to find workarounds are done, and they do it tremendously. They make us look good, and there's a lot of successes from workarounds. but they do it. The key here is that they do it within the confines of the boundaries that we've established, because we do not have perfect procedures. We rely on the technical expertise of the people out doing the work in the field. Whether we want to admit that or not, that's a true statement. So with this particular one about the procedure cycle time, we had to go to the Policy and Procedures Organization and found that this was an issue even with writing procedures and the time it takes to write those procedures. So this was part of the deep dive analysis that we did. We actually went out in the field. They asked the technical procedure users, they got feedback from them. We did it through surveys and interviews. And quite frankly, I'm so proud of our organization because they were very frank in their conversations of, as much as this sucks, or we have a stovepipe in this process, there was a lot of good feedback and dialogue that went on. So to me, that says that that's a good reporting culture when people will be that open and frank with you to tell you suck. So I don't know if y'all have heard that before, but, and I'm sorry if I offend anybody by saying the word suck, but anyway, that was some of their words. Then we get into technical procedure users indicate that cycle time for the technical procedure changes. It doesn't support the needs of the users. It's a long process. I like y'all. A lot of you saying you heard it many times. I'm getting to see some of it scroll up. The long processing cycle time because the change request takes so long. And we have what's called a little process called USQ. And some of you that are in the DOE world may be very familiar with that. It means unreviewed safety question, and every procedure brand new has to go through that process, and every one of our technical procedures has to go through that process. And that's a very, very lengthy process. So we called it a stovepipe in part of this procedure cycle time, but it wasn't the only one. So Kelly will get into more details about that. We had a lot of frustration, so people didn't want to take the time to get the procedure changes, but we all know how important that is. And at times it did stop production. And I'm going to share with you guys, it didn't just stop it for days or weeks, it could stop it for months. So yes, Stephen, I know you. I've enjoyed listening to dialogue on the call, by the way. So we set a goal. A 50% reduction in cycle time is what the goal we set out there. And guys, that's a huge goal. What do y'all think about 50% reduction in cycle time to get a procedure through a system with the change request? Do you think is it impossible for us to do that?
It's very ambitious, Kimbel.
It is absolutely very ambitious. So anyway, that leads me to the next slide, and I'm going to let Kelly. Darn right. Wow, I like it. I'm going to let Kelly jump in here and talk about what she has done for the Tableau solution.
All right. Thank you, Kimbel. Can everyone hear me well? You got me? Okay, awesome. So first of all, I'll give you a quick overview of the software tool that we're using. It's called Tableau. It's a pretty common industry standard software tool. It's up there with Power BI. They're sort of competitors, but we went with Tableau. And what it offers for us is this new ability to really drill and slice into the data in a way that the managers and the leaders hadn't had before. So it really brings the data to their fingertips. It can automate metric creation, so you can plug right into your database or feed directly off a live sheet that gets changed and updated as people work on a spreadsheet or something. So you can always have that, real-time data access should you want it. That's been a game changer for a lot of people. And then you also have the ability to provide connectivity to the data at whatever cadence is needed. So beyond the live data, you can set refresh schedules and you can set subscriptions for your users. So you don't have to go and ask, where's this report? Or somebody doesn't have to sit there, for 30 minutes each month compiling a report for their manager. It's going to be ready. Tableau is going to handle that behind the scenes, and it's going to go to their inbox whenever they need it. So it's pretty powerful. We think it's kind of revolutionizing how we're reporting data here. And that leads me into what we did with this dashboard. So we're calling this the Technical Procedure Cycle Time Dashboard. It is looking at the cycle time performance, as Kimbel said, of changes. So
change requests that come into a technical procedure, whether it's, an actual intent change or non-intent. We did look at on the spot and PI changes, which are pin and neat changes. So any kind of quick change to a technical procedure or new technical procedures, those would count as well. So the cycle time for those, as Kimbel said, was it was not working for the people surveyed. It was taking too long. The complaints were that, it would go out and it wouldn't come back in time for them to get the work done. So this tool is looking at the average cycle time, and then it's also kind of basing it against that goal that Kimbel was talking about. So this 50% cycle time reduction. For that at CNS, that means two different goals actually, because the processes are quite different between our two different sites. We have a different process at Pantex than we do at Y12. So naturally we have different cycle time reduction goals. It's still the same 50%, but the end result is going to be a bit different between the two. So this dashboard is actually allowing you to take that into account to really kind of filter out for the site and make sure each manager is looking at what they need to see for their part of the organization. It's going to look at a trend. So we're going to look at averages over previous months and see if we're trending upward or downward. We're going to do that statistically so that we're not just getting a feel for it. We're not just reacting to a monthly spike or a monthly dip and saying, oh man, we need to fix something. This is part of that Stacy Barr program as well. So if you get into that, it will teach you how to do this statistical process control charting to make sure that when you see a signal, you know how to recognize a signal and you know when to react to it versus just natural variation in the process. So we've definitely included that into this dashboard so that the people who are using it can really make informed decisions before they go and try to take action. And then we also bend things together. You'll see a little bit of that. It's a way to help our users really understand the process and how it aligns between the two sites, which is something that wasn't really available before. As I said, the different processes between the two sites are actually quite different. They don't speak to each other well, and the team needed a way to say, okay, this chunk of activity is going to correspond to this chunk of activity at the other site. So that was part of developing these metrics, was really coming up with a system that we could bend those together and make sense of them. So next slide. All right. So unfortunately, this is going to be a little underwhelming because it is a flat file. Like Kimbel said, this is actually way more impressive when I can click and show you what it does. But we did include all of the slides. I can tell you where you can look to see what would click. For example, the bottom bar chart, you can click on that and it would take you to a view of the next slide, really breaking down those bends for you of each step of the process. But if you go back to that previous slide, thank you. This is just the summary page. So this is a one-stop quick look at what you're looking at in your cycle time. This is going to be filtered down to the previous month so that you're only looking at the previous month's data. But I caveat that by saying, in the top, you have two metrics, two numbers there for one site and then for the other. So you've got your goal and then your current average. But then you've also got some little indicators, a green one over on the Pantex side and a red one over on the Y12 side. So those on the live dashboard you can click into, and those are going to take you to your actual process control charts. So while I say that this data is last month's view, the caveat is you can drill down to see how that actually compares to previous months. So this is not a flat 1 month look at your data, snapshot in time. This is really integrating how you've been doing, how you've been performing over time. So those are the first metrics on the top, and then on the middle section, you have on the left for Pantex the top 5 organizations by the longest average cycle time. So you can take a quick glance, see how your organization ranks in the list. This is also an interactive metric, so you can click onto any of those and it will take you to another chart that will drill into that organization's data. Unfortunately, yeah, we don't have that feature here, but it's definitely a quick tool for, if someone from production facility comes in and says, well, wow, I'm number 4 this month, me take a look at that and see what those bottlenecks were, or where the process got held up. And then so the bottom part, go ahead.
One other thing I wanted to share with you is that our site managers at both sites care about procedure cycle time, because they're wanting to get production back up and running. And when they hear that we have a procedure holdup, they were wanting to know where those siloed organizations were and how they could to better manage this part of the business. This is the visibility that they would want to see, is this first dashboard here, so that they can look at what's going on with both organizations. I just wanted to share that, Kelly, real quick.
Yeah. So, it's not, it could feel on first glance like we're pointing fingers, but no, this is data that is desired. It's definitely helpful data to get that out to people. And then the bottom section is it's ranking, well, it's not ranking, it's displaying your average cycle time in process by bin. So again, this system that we created to kind of put together these different steps and coalesce them into a meaningful clump of process steps. We've laid them side by side so you can get a quick comparison of the site, see which site's having trouble at which stage of the process, and be able to really kind of formulate a strategy to address that. So if you move to the next, not the next slide, but the one after it. So that's just the process bins explanation. So this slide, any questions on the first slide before I jump ahead on you? All right, well, I'll always field questions later if you'd like. So this is our control chart.
Come here.
And so we'll go through, you'll see some of these repeated. We'll breeze through the second batch of them because each of these metrics is replicated for the different sites. But here's an example of our control chart. So what you can see is we've got the averages by month. That's the gray line. Then you've got a steady blue line. That's going to be your central tendency line. That's kind of an average of your process. And you've got some bars around that. That's going to give you upper and lower process limits.
Hey, no, come here.
So you can use this to really quickly identify an authentic trend. So something that's beyond just an outlier. You can really quickly take away, all right, our process truly did shift. And you can see two here. I believe one is October of 2019. We had a shift up. That's not toward our goal. And then in July of 2020, we had a shift back down. Conveniently, July of 2020 was when we first started looking to improve this process. So I wonder, if this is an artifact of people taking a closer look and really taking a better accounting of how long they're taking in their cycle time. But each month, a new point will be calculated and it will be assessed for signals. And if one is present, it will either move that central line up or down. And that's gonna feed back into that first page and show you, if you're moving toward your goal, which is also plotted down there as a goal line. If you're moving toward it, it's gonna go nice green down arrow and you can feel good about yourself for that month. If it shifts up, then you'll see a glaring red arrow and know, okay, we're actually moving away from our target. Let's work on this. So any questions here?
The only comment I'm looking at is from Tanya. Says the general public might be more comfortable with this type of data with the number of COVID charts available in the media.
Yeah, so, and we get into that a little bit if I'm understanding the comment. We get into that a little bit because some of those charts are alarming. Some of them they fall into this how to lie with statistics field, where you've got dishonest or misrepresentative data, or just overwhelming charts. I mean, you can just simply have a bad chart that doesn't convey the data very well at all. They do. Oh wow, that doesn't surprise me. India, they're pretty heavy on math over there. So if there's no more questions, we can move on to the next slide. All right. So this one is another set of metrics. I'm calling this one the averages slide because it's looking at the averages in two different lenses. So the first is average total days by organization. If you click on your organization on that summary page, it will take you to the slide and it will have pre-highlighted the organization that you selected. You've also got charted your goal line along the bottom. So the axes from 0 to 155 in this case is the total days in process. And so that's going to be your average. You can see in this chart, you can't scroll down. In a live chart, you probably could, but it looks like most organizations are not meeting that goal at this time. When they do, those bars will be green and they'll be to the left of that goal line. So you can, another way to get a quick snapshot, you know, how close are you to goal? How far are you? What do you need to do? Do you need to react at all? You know, if you're in the green, maybe you don't need to do anything. And this actually has another layer of interactivity where clicking on any one of those bars would take you to another slide in the slide deck that we'll see later. That's going to be a data detail tab. So it's going to have things that you can really drill into the data and say, all right, so this month I had, you know, an average cycle time of 152. I'm program integration, and I want to see which procedures made up that number and who was working them, which organizations were putting those change requests through, and what were their cycle times by phase? Is there a phase that stands out that we need to work on? To answer the question I just saw pop up, we do. Many of our metrics actually incorporate the statistical process control charting, and we actively, as a group with Kimbel and Leffew, we actively kind of we go out and really try to push that to the organization as kind of a golden standard of, if you really want to measure performance, you really want a metric that's going to reflect performance, stick with SPC when you can. But these other metrics help too.
One other quick thing, Kelly, we could share with this team is that the visuals that we're showing, you can make any of those visuals your primary visual. So if you don't need the first visual, you can make any of these to be your primary, where it will pop up when the data is changing for you to be able to see that. So you get to pick that as the user. That's why it's a user-centric dashboard, if you will. So like the first slide may be for site managers and our executive leadership team, but let's say that you're in an organization like performance excellence or operations, and you only want to see that data. You can go to that level of, or that depth in these dashboards and only see the data that you want to see that's meaningful to you. You don't have to go through all of this journey, if you will.
Right, and the Tableau server will actually retain those preferences for you. So you can log in and say, you know, I only want to see program integration details at any time. Furthermore, you can actually set alerts on the data. So you could set up an alert that says, if Pantex operations exceeds the goal time at any point as the data is refreshed, send me an alert. Let me know. Send it to my inbox, and then they know, you know, proactively that, okay, things have changed, and I can start working on it immediately. And then the bottom chart, it's kind of an interesting way to visualize the different phases. So these are those averages charted by month per phase. And this is actually really helpful for us to quickly identify some phase bottlenecks. One thing that stands out to me is in June 2020, finalizing changes really took a large chunk of time. And so any of the procedures that went through that month may have exceeded the cycle time goals, but it could be only that there was a backlog in this finalizing changes piece of the process. So you're not chasing, you know, leads and rabbit holes where you don't need to. You can quickly see, you know, finalizing changes. Okay, what are we doing in that step? Who's handling it? Did somebody quit and leave and they were overburdened and their workload got, you know, lagged behind? So it's another quick takeaway tool for the managers to really proactively monitor their performance. And if are there any questions on this slide?
Not thus far.
Awesome. Okay, you can move to the next one.
Sure.
Just a couple of other ways to visualize the data. It's breaking it into bins based on how long open procedures have been open. So this is a question that matters. if you have a lot of aged procedures, then the chances are you're going to be constantly working that backlog and accumulating backlog as you go. What we're seeing actually for Pantex is a pretty good story. Most of the open procedures have been open for less than 30 days. That's a healthy process. Nothing extreme there. You could argue that some of the other numbers maybe are higher than they should be, but overall, the process is working with new open procedures that aren't aging at an excessive rate. So you can get that quick pulse of your process. In the bottom chart, you're going to look at a breakout of the count of changes that came through that month, the average days open for those changes, and then the median days open for those changes. And this is going to be broken out by the organization. So, bubbles. Oh, nice. I like that. So with this chart, you're getting another visualization of the organizational breakdown. You can get a more logical view of your process and your organization with these two data points, the average and the median. So you can see, if you've got an average of 100 days, but a median closer to 10 days, then more or less you're usually getting things through faster. And you've got a couple of big outliers and one huge outlier. It'll help you really get a better gauge of the process. Okay, next slide.
Your number of changes on that last slide, what is that actually a measure of? The measure of procedures that came through under that category, or the number of changes we had to make on all procedures? Maybe 100 or 300 even in one procedure. I mean, what does that really measure?
That's a good question. We're calling it number of changes because they're tracked by change request number, but it would be one change to a procedure. So you may be making multiple changes, but it would all fall under one change number usually. You could have, potentially, I guess you could have two change numbers for a procedure in the same month, but ideally it would be a 1-to-1 ratio of change requests to a procedure.
But do they go through and mark the procedure for changes, and you would only count that as one entry, even though they had 9 things they wanted to change throughout the procedure, or does that indicate how many total changes all the way through?
I think the answer to that is one change number for as many as they're requesting in that revision.
It is.
You can clarify.
It is that, Charles. It's one change number for all the changes for that procedure, not per change in the procedure. Now we have had in a week's time, just using this as an example, let's say we have a problem with one of our weapon processes and we had to make a change, and then we had to make another change. And we had to make that change and get it in place in 3 days, let's say, which would be next to impossible, but I'll just use that as an example. And then the lab calls Los Alamos and says, hey, we need you to change something else in there. Then that would be a separate one in that case. So we've seen all aspects of it, I guess, would be a better way of stating. Ideally would be for them to make up their minds and get them into one change request and one change process flow so we could get them done. But that's sometimes ideal is not ideal in our work environments.
Okay, and so the next slide, thanks, Kim. The next slide is going to show you that detailed portion of the dashboard. So you've got quick buttons to take you back to any of the other dashboards should you need it. But this will also give you a chance to really dive into the phase by phase and change by change details. You're going to get the area and organization. You're going to get the responsible manager, so the manager who submitted that change request. You're also going to get the process step bin and then the phase name. For Pantex, this is going to be one of probably 70 different phase names. Y12, you're probably going to have one of 5 different phase names. So that's why we created this bin. So if you get lost on the phase names, you can really kind of see what's the essence of this phase. And then you get the document number. and you get that cycle time for that phase. And you can easily print these out into an Excel spreadsheet, into a crosstab, which is a bit of a, it's going to look a bit more like this when you print it into Excel. And you can take that with you to go and research what you needed to look at as far as bottlenecks or hangups in the process. And if you scroll through the next few slides, it's really a rehash of the first ones that you've seen. So we did duplicate these metrics for Y12, and that way both sites have access to these metrics from one dashboard. So any questions on the tool or the dashboards or how we've deployed it, who's using it?
Well, one thing I want to add, Kelly, is that just to share with the team that we don't do a comparison between Pantex and Y12. This isn't about who can do this better at all, because their processes are different, as Kelly stated. So we make sure when we educate our management team to not make that comparison first off, because they do have distinct different processes, even though we were able to bend them similarly, I can't even talk, I apologize, similarly at both sides. There are some differences in how they do those processes at each site. So that first slide may be misleading, the overarching slide that we showed at the very beginning to show the comparison with Y12 and Pantex. We make sure that management knows that's not the intent of this slide. So you have to be able to understand that at the very beginning so that our site managers aren't in competition, if you will, against each other. It's more about each process at each site and how we can improve the cycle time there. And even the measure we're shooting for, the 50% goal, is way different for each site. It's not the same thing. So I just want to put that caveat in there. And one thing, when we share this information with them in real time, they can actually play with it. We give them access to Tableau where they can actually play with it themselves so that they can find what they need as an individual user, because someone at the site level may need to be something different at an individual manager level in that binning process, and only focus on their aspect of the binning to be able to reduce the cycle time. So they do get to very much individualize this. And again, that's why we call it a user-centric dashboard, because it's up to you as an individual user, as our in-state customer, that we help you be able to provide a meaningful dashboard with meaningful information for you to use the data to manage your aspect of the business.
I'm just reading some of the comments that are, I think people thinking out loud. Charles was saying, I was thinking, knowing the total number of changes could be very interesting. Are we getting more or less changes per procedure? How many corrections per month or full-time equivalent could be interesting? And Tanya commented on, oh, the temptation to compare is super strong.
We're
Go ahead, I'm sorry, Kimbel.
I was saying we are a very competitive society, so we have to set that boundary very clearly up front.
Well, and to that point, this was brought up early in developing the metrics, and it's a very valid point. How many changes are coming in each change request, and then how extensive are those changes? Are we looking at something that requires, if it's an intent change, are we really changing so much in the procedure that you would naturally expect, yeah, that's gonna take longer than, changing a misspelling or the word will to shall, or something inconsequential. And that's one of the faults in the data. It's something that was not readily available to create a metric out of. It's been a sort of a phase two, let's start pulling that data in so that can be a metric that informs us. So it's a very good observation. It was under consideration, and there's action toward that.
One other quick comment from a human performance perspective. I want to work with the organizations, and I have to work with our customer first, our DOE counterparts first, to ensure that they understand that changing the procedures all the time may not be the right fix too. And we have to reestablish that culture back into CNS, because when the new contractor came in, there was an expectation from our customer that a procedure change needs to happen as a result of a corrective action fix. And everybody on this call, I know you're human performance practitioners, know that's not the right way to look at the business. So we were getting this information out there to share, and one of our human performance integration efforts is going to be that very next step in talking to managers and to our customers to ensure that we are providing meaningful information from a corrective action perspective if a procedure change is really needed. So I just want to share that piece to make the connectedness with human performance.
If I may, a real story, very old story, but on the receiving end of the change of procedure metric was at a torpedo facility. We had a new version of a torpedo, and the maintenance procedures needed a lot of work, to be honest. And we were submitting to the procedure writers in Rhode Island, hey, we need this change, this change, this change, this change. And they refused to process our changes because it was destroying their change metric.
Wow, that's interesting, Stephen. That's very.
Are you going to the ladies' room? Okay.
Okay, I want to share a comment and a question from Richard. It says it takes a lot longer to review and approve than change a procedure. Were there insights in that dynamic?
So Kelly, if you want me to answer, or you want to answer, we could go either way here.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead. So one of the things, absolutely correct. One of the things, because it's in most of these technical procedures are in a nuclear explosive area or a nuclear area, if you will, a special nuclear material area. We have a lot of requirements when it comes to these type of procedural changes. So the review process is very, very, very cumbersome. Couldn't agree more. Some of it is very compliance driven, that we have to do it a certain way, but there are some ways by looking at it from this perspective and using Tableau to be able to look at and visually see the data. We've been able to get our hands around those processes where we do have those siloed and what did you call them, Kelly? Those areas where we need to improve, the gaps that we see. So for our technical procedures, some of the process, and I hate to sound trite on this, is very cumbersome, and that's intentionally put in there so that we do a very thorough analysis. But yes, that is a problem when your changes and the reviews take longer than just changing something, what you would consider simple in the procedure. So it's a good point. And we haven't come up with our management is just now looking at this very thoroughly, I should say, to make some of those positive changes, hopefully.
I asked that because I've had nuclear procedure changes and reviews for lots of years. And that's the same thing, because it gets out of the procedure writers, and the procedure managers have very little control over all those external reviews. That's why I was wondering if you had any problems getting the outside people to take ownership for the operator's procedure or the maintenance procedure, et cetera, who's just trying to do the job right.
Actually, no, on the ownership, I think we really do have pretty good ownership there, to be honest with you. And they, especially when it impacts the nuclear operations, they're put to the forefront to get through the process a little quicker, even though you can see that the cycle time is very lengthy in some cases. So okay. It's a very valid point.
Thank you.
Okay, did you all want me to go to the next slide?
Yeah, if we're ready.
Sure.
So this is just going to summarize what I've shown you. This is what we're using to develop these dashboards, reports, and data sources. It's Tableau server, so it's an on-premises solution. that that protects our data, but then it also brings this this new interactivity, user-centric, you know, hands-on, get in with your own data, dig around, and make your own analysis if you're up for it, which we hope most of our managers are proactive and will be up for it. Which, by the way, we've actually had pretty positive response to this dashboard and others. We get a lot of good feedback. We get a lot of happiness to finally really have this in their hands as a tool to use. So you do have a lot of features with our industry. Again, we have to protect information. Even between organizations, there's data that needs to be vetted before it's shared. So this server does actually offer that for us as well. We can provision roles and responsibilities. We can silo data. We can silo dashboards. You only see the content that you have the permission to see. And you can get to the row level and permission as well. So if you have a dashboard that has sensitive data, you could get to the row level and exclude things that people aren't allowed to see. So for us, it's a great solution. Beyond the power that it brings to, you know, this interactivity, it's also bringing us this data control that we really need to have. It's helping our management and leadership really get down and find the meaningful data, perform that meaningful analysis, and drive better decisions. I mean, that's, at the end of the day, that's the goal that we're shooting for. It's not data for data's sake. It's not metrics for metrics' sake. It's, here's the information that you need to make your best decision, to keep the organization running, to keep things safe, to prevent the bottlenecks, and a human performance light to, you know, prevent these human performance errors and workarounds and things that don't have to happen if we have a system and a process that's running as intended. And again, this is one of several of the performance measures and visualization tools that we're using. So if there are no questions, I'm not sure if it's included in the next slide with your information or not, Dean. This is just a resources for Tableau if you really wanted to dive in and find out more about it. We wanted to include that. And then, yeah, this next Word document, we wanted to share this with you because it really kind of puts a human performance spin on what we're doing with these metrics. So I say that because you want to make sure that your visuals and your metrics are visually appealing. Of course, they have to look nice to the eye. You can't like have blasting oranges and greens and something that's awful. But beyond that, you have to be able to use them to take away information. You want to reduce the types of errors you might find if understanding the data is kind of obscured with a poor metric and a poor visualization design. So we have this suite of criteria that we use to judge our visuals. That keeps us in line, that double checks our work to make sure that we put something out that people can consistently take away the same message from. And that's something that can be challenging with data, and it can be misused with data to misrepresent it. So you got to make sure, looking through the list, understandability. Is there context there? Do you have the background of what you're looking at and why? Is it logically presented? Is the visual easy to read? Are they conventional? And the drive really is to use simple charts. We love our infographics in the New York Times. They do some pretty fun stuff with, you know, people of different sizes representing different things. And sometimes they're great, and sometimes they leave you scratching your head, not sure what the takeaway is. So when you're working in a high pressure environment where it's really critical that people take away the right information, keep it simple. Follow these guidelines. It's going to make sure you're really getting that message across clearly. And interpretation time matches audience expectations. So again, that's the New York Times visual. If you have to stare at it for 2 minutes to understand what you're looking at, you're either not going to use that metric, or you're going to confuse yourself along the way and maybe take away the wrong message. So make sure that when you look at it, or your users look at it, that they can kind of quickly pull out the information they need. They don't have to fight for it. They don't have to struggle to figure out what they're seeing. Visual appeal. This means more than just good use of colors. I believe we're supposed to be sharing this with you. Is that right, Kimbel?
You were on mute, Kimbel.
Yes, we want to share this with the whole team completely.
Okay, we'll make sure that everybody gets it.
So visual appeal, these are some basic, you would feel like they're common sense, but we don't always remember to do them. Non-data ink is minimized. I'm sure we've all received a report that had a bunch of charts and graphs, but then blocks and blocks of informational text around it, or axes that are just cluttered. Things that really detract from being able to interpret what you're trying to see. That's going to really harm the message that you're sending. White space. We don't take time to think about it often, but this could be the space between the bars, or leaving enough space on the page so that your eyes are drawn to where they need to be looking. And that's the second one. Make sure that your use of charts draws you right to the right spot. You want them to get that message quickly and clearly. Colors matching convention. So when you think of this, think of those little indicators on the summary page. Red up, green down. And that's a convention we're all familiar with. If performance is improving, green makes sense to us. Red would not make sense if you put a red indicator for, you're improving. So follow those conventions. We're pretty familiar with those, and we can digest those fairly easily. Using the proper chart type. We love pie charts, but there's a time and a place. Try not to overuse the pie chart. It's not the best tool. A bar chart can really serve the purpose much better in most cases. And be creative if you can. You don't have to go to the level of the New York Times, but getting creative with your visuals, a little flair is okay as long as it doesn't detract from the visual message. Data type conventions, categorical, interval, ordinal, appropriately displayed. This is just, again, following conventions to make sure you don't confuse your viewers. And then visual type conventions, good flow and cohesion. You don't want to overflow your dashboard with multiple charts. I mean, I could have put every visual that I showed you on one page, and you wouldn't have known where to look. So stick with that, keep it simple, make that your motto for visualization. Bar chart scale starts at 0. This is how to not lie with statistics. You definitely want to make sure you scale that to 0. Otherwise, you're going to give a message that maybe some differences are broader or bigger or more severe than they actually are. Line chart scale maximizes variance displayed. Overlapping data points are addressed. This happens. You can't always avoid it. Make sure you try to either call out your data where it's important, or work with making the visual not too cluttered. And table conventions maintained. So I'll give you an example of a metric that I saw recently that violated these principles and the effect that it had. This was a metric from outside of our organization that was shown to upper level management. And the organizer, displayed it and talked to it. And then the upper level manager looked at it for a minute and said, why is this in the red? Because the metric had the indicator saying, this is a red metric. And so I'm sitting there at the same time looking at this, thinking, yeah, I don't see it either. How is this a negative performance? Well, what you needed to look at was the axes. The date range was reversed. So lower or more recent dates were on the right side, and then it increased going left. So it looked like there were fewer incidents more recently, but the truth was that there were more. And you were getting this backwards message. You couldn't interpret that chart. And so, the leader is sitting there trying to understand what he needs to understand and really not getting that message. Again, conventions, simplicity, and do your best to make it pretty.
One other thing I want to add to this is that some of our data analytics team have been to Stephen Few and some of the courses he teaches on storytelling. And so there's some good information if you're interested in that. And I'm going to use our manager as an example. Won't mention any names. Kelly will laugh when I say this, but our manager hates box and whiskers charts. Hates them, absolutely hates them, and doesn't want us to use them because although he can understand them, he doesn't feel like the lay person can. So sometimes there's an education that goes along with the charts that you're using to the audience that you're catering to. So I think that Stephen Few, and there's some other ones out there, some other good data visualization authors out there that will help guide you through a visualization checklist, something similar to this. But Kelly says it best about keep it simple. But we're using this checklist when we're doing our weekly reports or some of the heavy duty dashboards that we're doing like this one, to actually look at it from this viewpoint and from the end user's viewpoint. And they're actually engaged with us. We don't just create it and say, well, here you go, and off and running. We actually create it with them and make sure it caters to them, because we want them to have a tool at their fingertips to make those data informed decisions that they need to make as an issue owner or a manager in their organization.
Yeah, I wanted to pull from the discussion in the chat where Riz chimed in and says the EIA have dedicated professionals to ensure the data is readable, usable, and interpretable by the layperson. And the question was, who is the EIA? He went a little bit through that, and a link was provided. But can you expand on who the EIA is?
Riz, do you want to step in here since you made the comment? Because I'm good with that.
Yeah, sure. Let me put on my camera and be courteous here.
Now I know you don't have a suit on today.
I do. I call that the COVID half. Is you don't want to see what's below the camera. Thanks, Wes. I saw that. So the EIA's mission is to share energy information. Right, so all the data that is gathered from oil, gas, energy consumption, WEC, NERC, FERC, all those folks, all of that flows into the Department of Energy. And what the EIA, which it doesn't say on their webpage they're part of Department of Energy, but they are a arm of it, but they're mostly independent, is to take all the data and collect it, analyze it, disseminate it, keep it independent, impartial, and present it to the public so they have a good understanding of the energy sector. And I've gone to them for presentations I've done, or where we're a separate project where you're starting to use machine learning, artificial intelligence tools to look across all of our reporting systems, ORPS, lessons learned, OPEX, and hopefully that'll be coming out next year too. So going to those experts and saying, what's the best way to present this data, rather than just going to PowerPoint where you select the chart and try to put in the numbers yourself. There's folks who understand adult learning and how information is absorbed, and there's a real science to it. So I mean, the work that Kim and her team is doing is really doing the same thing, is presenting that data in a way that's palatable to folks. It's not changing the data, it's just making it understandable. Otherwise, can you imagine just getting raw data, one giant Excel spreadsheet of digits and means and medians? Yeah, you'd be lost in the sauce really quickly.
Thank you. I think there's a lot of people that are envious that you have an EIA.
Well, it don't work for me. Hey, I'm good at networking. I go find those experts. I go knock on doors. Yeah.
That's really all we had. If there's more questions, we'll be more than happy to answer. I'm sorry we couldn't show you this in real time, as she said. as Kelly and I've discussed throughout, because it really is user interactive. You can click just about on anything on any of those charts and go to the information very quickly. I mean, it's not hours or anything. It's at your fingertips quick, just like you would on your cell phone. So the best analogy I can give you, and our managers are very, very pleased with this.
Well, I'll open it up to any questions. Does anybody want to unmute yourself and have any questions for clarifications or just things that you're curious about? That was a lot of information in a short amount of time. It was extremely interesting.
I do hope that the visualization checklist is helpful, because a lot of people, think they do a good visual because it makes sense to them. But it's always good to get those peer reviews, the data validations. All of that is a part of our process, and Kelly and my team go through a lot of rigor to be able to provide real, relevant, and data checked or data integrity on what we provide to our management team.
I think it's true in any business. It's extremely hard to make something look easy.
Yep.
So,
if I may, I do want to give you all kudos. You've really moved the state of the art ahead. And I think, some of the concerns we had on the other day about the artificial intelligence and machine learning, this seems to be a very valid use of better automation, better way to display the data while maintaining the integrity of understanding the SBC and the other underlying features of the data.
absolutely. And I think Steve is probably one of the more well-versed participants we have today. That he's in the weeds with the data as well. But
I got to give the crown over to Kimbel and them, though. I think at this point.
Well, and to your point, it might interest you to know that Tableau will actually let you integrate R and Python scripts into the processing of the data. So you can run a script against your data and feed that straight into Tableau. It'll handle that for you. So if you're really working with artificial intelligence, but like you said, you still want that front end and some control over the curation of your data. You have that with Tableau.
okay, well, with that, I think we have exhausted all the questions from the chat. We have no one is unmiking themselves. So I'm going to take this as an indication of extreme clarity presentation on your part. And I think I'm going to stop sharing and move to Charles as part of wrap up.
Thank you, sir. So you've probably heard it said before, and I think it's true, that it's more important to be in the right room than to be the smartest person in the room. So it's been my pleasure, and I'm glad to have been in the same room with you over the last 3 days, and look forward to an opportunity to be in a non-virtual room, because we do have the opportunity to learn more, or just as much, let me say, in between speakers and after speakers than we do anything else. Again, note, HPRCT has had its last conference. We are now the community, right? The community of human and organizational learning as we move forward. So note that if you were to go to the old website, it will redirect you to our new one. Let me tell you, kudos to Dean for facilitating us through these days. Thank you very much, Dean. Bob, you're a great guy, but you're no Dean Smith.
I'm no Dean.
You're no Dean Smith, let me tell you that.
It was an honor and a pleasure.
And for those who don't know, again, John Walters is behind the scenes. He's the man behind the curtain, running around making everything actually happen when it should, as we move forward. Well, we talked about on day one that, we hope to be lights, but we are certainly searching for more lights. And we know through the comments that we've seen, we have a lot of educated people. And one of the problems we also know to be true is the thing that we think is light today turns out to be the thing that keeps us from discovering more light later on, right? So it turns out it's really more dark than light. And that we as professional leaders, certainly, but we as professionals, as we move forward, most of our success will be based on the things that we're willing to hold very lightly, so that we have the ability to learn other things. So that unlearning is particularly important, and it can stop us from moving forward. Back to here, because the guy on the low left, I know him, he's my father-in-law, 2 detached retina. And again, I tell you, I'm the most blind thing on this page, because Jerry down there, he knows he's blind, right? So he integrates all the technology and processes and help he can possibly get to get better. But whatever I currently know, sometimes that limits me from moving forward. So I appreciate the opportunity to be stretched a little bit, and hopefully learn as we move forward. So as Asher spoke, this is a slide I didn't get a chance to get to in the first morning, because I tend to put 5 pounds of stuff in a 10-pound sack. But as we talked about that Taylorism and the things that got us here won't get us to where we need to be. And then we talked about human factors and engineering controls coming in World War II. But of all the things that are listed here, of all the things that we try to consider as we move forward to take the next leap, the things that aren't listed are probably the most important. And everything that is here and every presentation that we had today, not that it will be wrong in 3 years, but it will be insufficient, right? So if we don't continue to look out to grow and expand and to take all these concepts and other concepts yet unidentified and put those together, then that curve will go back to flattening out, and we won't be part of moving forward. We might be part of the people who hold too tightly and create more darkness than we do light moving forward. So that's the challenge for each and every one of us. So I had the opportunity coming back from Cuba. For some reason, I got up at 4:30 in the morning, walked outside on the cruise ship as we were docking, and I saw a rocket launch. And wow, it's impressive, especially over the water, how it goes from complete darkness to brighter than the sun in a very short amount of time. And that's what we want the community to be, is a launching pad for us to move forward. And we want to change our perspective, right? So we become like those astronauts when they come back, that they don't see boundaries anymore. They have a different perspective, and they want to have a holistic change in the world, and that's who we want to be. So let's talk quickly about the last 3 days. Todd, as usual, showed up and stretched us a little bit and challenged us a little bit with some unconventional, counterintuitive thought processes, right? So you don't fix safety by fixing safety. You don't become reliable by concentrating on reliability. He talked about capacity, make it easy to do the right thing on the front end and the capacity to fail safe on the back end. And then Ivan came and he talked to us about a learning map, a process that we can follow. And then Bob, as usual, challenged us with the fact that it's going to be painful for us to learn, because it's going to challenge very deeply the things that we thought to be true, right? And that truth is hard to change. And then Brian, again, reminded us of the basics of the conceptualization of how do we actually change behaviors and actions results. Well, what happens below this waterline are the things that are important. If we haven't changed our culture, we really haven't changed much at the end of the day. And then very interesting, we had that real-time session with the board to understand alignment, that we had an importance of that alignment in the tools. So thank Lindsay and Sharon for that very interesting and bold opportunity to do that in a live session in front of everybody. And then Asher came to us and talked about our nearest neighbors and compared and contrasted some of the concepts that we have out there. And I labeled this oil and water because he had to tell us it was oil and water, and that some of those things collide and combine, and some are repelling. I think that's a fairly good analogy, and we certainly want to be those that combine as we move forward. And then Jake came to us with a great presentation, talking about everything cannot be proceduralized, and for us to challenge what is best for a process as we move forward. What is the best way to think about how to create outstanding performance? And then Tanya, a very thought-provoking set of presentations for each of us to think about how do we change who we are, how do we control anger and make better decisions and processes and overcome the biases that damage our ability to make good decisions and our ability to be good humans. And of course, Riz came to town this morning, cool and smooth, and the award goes to Riz. He had the highest percentage of people to turn on their videos. So I consider that a pretty important metric. So kudos to Riz, very interesting presentation again about synergies and bringing together the concepts and how these things work together as we move forward. And then we talked about the superpowers, getting people to play nice, the power and the challenge of using the word why as we move forward. And then we talked about a new group of people who are learning very quickly and learning from the best in the industry around how do we install a program that is both effective and has substantial opportunity to have sustained growth over the years. And then I was afraid to screen capture anything that Kimbel had because she had me so scared about Pantex and the government that all I said was meaningful KPIs as we move forward. So everybody, I'm so impressed of the things that happened in the chat. So luckily we're gonna save all those chat links and we're gonna send those out with you. It's the chat and the conversations that make this opportunity more than just a set of slides that, or a video that we could have just sent to you. So thank you for making this interactive in its nature. We're also going to be sending you an online survey. From those who fill out the survey to make us better, which we hope that you would help us do, we'll draw out for a free webinar and then a $200 gift card also. And then be sure to think about joining us next year. One, the venue is fantastic. Two, the view and everything else we do there is great. But this location right here has an outside opportunity for us to really get together and share and get to know each other. So please join us next year at our live conference. Now here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to have us hold the line open here for the next 10 or 15 minutes. Those that want to continue to make connections, those who want to give immediate feedback for improvement in text or whatever, we'll be listening. And if you have any questions about how to get involved to make a difference with the organization, we'll be here to help you out with that too. With that, I thank you for staying with us for 3 days and look forward to helping you help us grow this to be a better community than we've ever had. Thank you.